You heard us talk a little bit earlier about that Lucky 13 bonus presented by Nitro Club. The Nitro Club Lucky 13 bonus is $200 that goes to the number 13 qualifier. That bonus increases from $200 to $300 if the racer that qualifies number 13 goes on to win their class. So far, the Nitro Club Lucky 13 bonus has gone to Mike Minnick, Dave Hill, and Brent Jones, and another bonus will be presented this weekend here at Mo-Kan Dragway. So A-Field Funny Cars coming to the push road. All the Mo-Kan only qualifiers are coming to staging lanes 2 and 3, and they are all the way down the pits there. Race fans, there are 33 funny cars at last count on the property. So there is going to be plenty of action.
Nestled just yards from the sunflower state of Kansas, it's Mo-Kan Dragway in the Show Me state of Missouri. The fans, though, the four-state area, they're asking, show me the Nitro. And that Nitro show, Nitro fan, is Nitro Chaos for the third race in the DMP Awnings 2023 Championship Tour right here at Smokin' Mo-Kan Dragway. You can expect in this Nitro show Nitro cars such as injected rear engine dragsters, injected Nitro fuel alters such as the heavy hitter, the War Wagon, and they've even brought out a new wagon in their Nitro Pro Mod. If it's on Nitro, it's here, and you do not want to miss the show. Now, we may very well be plagued by Mother Nature's misfortune with rain possibly rolling in, but as you hear this on Friday, the show is a go, and if matters are rained out where there is not even one round of qualifying put in, the full show will move to Saturday and Sunday for you Nitro lovers. When we look at the tour right now, the first ever championship tour for Nitro Chaos, we have what we all hoped for, a battle at the top in the points. Gary Wheeler, he has been getting the job done in the B field, but he is tied at the top with Megan Meyer, who has been making her way in the A field. Gary Wheeler has been making hay out there in Nitro Chaos with 2 final round appearances at Edgewater and also Eddyville. Certainly some good consistency to have you at the top of the points, Gary.
Oh yeah, we're having fun. I mean, never really expected it, but you know, things fell in our way a little bit, and the car has been performing well beyond what we expected, and we're having fun. So the crew's doing their job perfectly. I mean, I'm just a driver behind the wheel. You know, it takes the whole crew to do it. You know, and without them, I couldn't be where I'm at right now in the points.
Gary, you are tied at the top along with Megan Meyer. You're a one-car operation. They're bringing 3 cars out. Do you feel like you might be out-farmed by just sheer volume by Randy Meyer Racing?
Oh, it's definitely different. You know, the deck is definitely stacked with them having 3 cars, but hey, we got to run our race and do what we do and not be concerned with that, you know, and let the chips fall where they ain't. I'm going to go every round that I can go, she's going to go every round she can go, hopefully legitimately, nobody, so we're going to make it interesting for the next 2 races.
Megan Meyer is used to leading the points outright, but she's a co-points leader currently with a semifinal exit and a win thus far in Nitro Chaos.
Yeah, so we've got a strategy here for this weekend. We've got all 3 cars here, so we're going to do the best we can to make sure that I can get as many points this weekend.
Last night, quite an interesting show and display at your alma mater here just across the border in Kansas.
Yeah, no, that was one of the reasons why my sister and I chose to come to Pitt State, was because the Mo-Kan drag strip was about 20 minutes down the road from there. But we had a blast, man. There was so many cars that came out, just local bracket racers, and we had some chaos cars out there as well. So it was so much fun to introduce the local, the townies to drag racing if they've never been. So we hope to see them out this weekend. And I know the kids had a blast with their paper dragster races and having their own race and a trophy for the winner. So, we love doing stuff like that, and we are happy to do it again next year with them.
Catch the Nitro Chaos action Friday evening at 7 p.m. Central Time at Mo-Kan Dragway. Again, if not even one round of qualifying is completed, we will move all the action to Saturday and Sunday for you drag racing fans of the 4-state area to get your Nitro fix in. And if you cannot be here in person, you can catch it all live on flowracing.com.
So the show will just go on and on. So we're happy at the moment to welcome our live stream audience on Flow Racing, presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance. It is Friday night. The crowd is filling the stands and lining the fences all down the racetrack, as we have finally got the line off the highway from people coming in. But this is definitely the place to be. For those of you here in person, thanks for coming out. For those of you tuning in on the live stream, we're happy to have you watching on the live stream. We have got staging lanes filled with funny cars. We've seen the Dirty South Gassers go down the racetrack for the first time tonight. And we have got our A-field funny cars on the push road. B-field funny cars, you're going to be coming to the push road next. But we are just about ready to go with Friday night funny car qualifying. 2 different rounds of qualifying. The first pair getting ready to pull up to the ready stripe, as we have got 17 pair to go down the racetrack in funny car qualifying here tonight. 2 races in one. For those of you on the live stream who are just checking in with us, we are not only running qualifying for our Labor Day Weekend Classic presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts here at Mo-Kan Dragway, but we are also going to be finishing the elimination rounds from the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour event from Kearney Raceway Park in Kearney, Nebraska from early July. So every time a car comes up to the starting line, they are earning points. Whether it's qualifying, whether it's eliminations, there are points on the line every time a car comes to the line. For some of these competitors, and they will be the ones coming up in the second half of this first round of qualifying, they will be earning points for Mo-Kan qualifying and for Kearney eliminations. Now, our points chase for 2023 in the Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, it is a tight points race. Anything can happen. It is wide open. And not only is the race for the championship very tight, but the race for the top 10 is extremely tight. And there are probably 16 to 18 cars with a chance to finish in that top 10 and take home some of that payout that has been made possible by some of our extraordinary sponsors that have stepped up to make 2023 the biggest, best year of Funny Car Chaos racing there has ever been.
From the tower side, Kurt Williams. We are standing them down.
And that was all that we got in for the first round of eliminations. Just a burnout between series defending champion Kirk Williams and Clay Cunningham in the still crazy funny car. This race has been called due to the weather conditions that we have incurred today and what we will face on Sunday. This race will be wrapped up at Mo-Kan Dragway on their Labor Day event. The rounds of qualifying will serve as the rounds of eliminations for the Funny Car Chaos Nationals from Kearney Raceway. So it will be a Cornhusker and Show Me State connection to wrap this race up. We're certainly not in Nebraska any longer. We are in Missouri, north of Joplin, Missouri at Mo-Kan Dragway. And over 30 funny cars are on the property to make the fields for an A, B, and C event for the Labor Day Classic at Smokin' Mo-Kan. Now, you will see in qualifying eliminations for the Kearney race that we need to make up. And those that are vying for a championship, they see what has become a double points weekend to be vitally important. And that is certainly witnessed in defending champion Kirk Williams' actions showing up for testing action at the World Fuel Altered Nationals.
Nebraska lines up on the O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the racetrack. That's your tower lane. Dan Butheris from Wichita, Kansas, 1977 Gen 2 Pontiac Trans Am body funny car is going to be on the right side of the Redemption Motorsports lane. Whoa, the Wolf Pumps, Traveling Smoke, Barbecue, Firebird heats up the tires, and talk about traveling smoke of a different kind. Dan Butheris says, hey, I missed y'all. Did you miss me? Yeah, we did. We missed those big smoky burnouts that Butheris and the Ratitude Trans Am have become known for putting down on the racetrack. First pair down the racetrack, first round qualifying at Mo-Kan Dragway, the Labor Day Weekend Classic. Big block Chevy power on both sides of the racetrack, but the running down a Dream Corvette using the fuel-injected supercharged power adders. Brandy Nissen, Matt's wife, backup girl, guiding her husband up towards the infrared beams and the AccuTeam timing system. Dan Butheris over on the right side, the Traveling Smoke Barbecue, Ratitude Trans Am, twin turbo machine. First pair down the racetrack on a Friday night, 2023 Funny Car Chaos, Mo-Kan Dragway. Matt Nissen, he's got a couple of wins under his belt. Both of those coming here at Mo-Kan Dragway. 3 bulbs lit, revs come up, 4 bulbs lit. First pair down the racetrack. Matt Nissen is going to take that provisional number 1 spot with a 4.64 second elapsed time at 152 miles an hour. You could see that the twin turbo car on the right side, Redemption Motorsports lane, had his hands full. Dan Butheris had the car get a little out of shape, and he had to take it through on an easy run, manages to put a 762 on the board. It's important to have a number on the board. Of course, he's going to be looking to improve that performance quite a bit. Dan Butheris second on the list right now, 762. But Matt Nissen running down a dream coming into this race, hoping to put another Funny Car Chaos Championship event trophy on the trophy shelf in the Corvette. And he's number 1 qualifier right now with the 464 at 152 miles an hour down that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. So the race crews will be on their way down to the shutdown area to pick up their drivers and tow them back to their pit area. You can see the track staff is out on the racing surface, checking to make sure we're clean, safe, and dry, and debris-free. Once we get the all clear from the race crew, it'll be time to light up another pair as they are making their way up towards the water box. And it looks like you're going to get a chance to experience a little nitromethane early on, as it appears the Nitro Relapse team of Terry Darby and Aaron Morrow are going to line up on that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. as our next pair of funny cars get ready to light. Friday night funny cars with backup girls and jet dragsters. It's going to be a great show, race fans. I'm really excited I'm here, and I'm even more excited that you've chosen to be a part of it. What a night we're going to have here at Mo-Kan Dragway. 2 rounds of qualifying plus jets plus dirty South gassers. You've already had a chance to see some of the great performances by the dirty South gassers already. And we are getting ready for our next pair of funny cars. So the word goes out, light the fire. Aaron Morrow from Murphy, Texas, northeast of Dallas, right side Redemption Motorsports lane, the Nitro Relapse Gen 3 Pontiac Firebird funny car with a Nitro Hemi, providing the motivation. J&J Paint, CP Trucking, Wiley Napa Auto Parts. Got to line up with Bob Alberti Jr., the Thundering Okie from Catoosa, Oklahoma. Second generation funny car racer, and one more bad to the bone hot rod that we really have not had a chance to see as many times as we wanted to in 2023. Trouble getting parts that all racers know exactly what I'm talking about. But they are here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Bob Alberti, WJE Parts, TNT Truck Repair, Quality One Lube and Repair, and Cherry Creek Machine, helping to make sure that the Thundering Okie Dodge Challenger RT bodied funny car gets to be here for the Labor Day Weekend Classic. The Nitro car, the Nitro Relapse. If you were here for Nitro Chaos back in July, that car was outfitted in altered trim, and they put some great performances on the scoreboards at Nitro Chaos. Terry Darby been turning the wrenches on Nitro cars for a long, long time. Revs come up on the left side. Nitro Relapse leaves before the tree activates, but does put up a 345, 191.98 miles an hour. Okay, so we're marveling at the 345. That's not a good number, as the car left before the tree activated, and we really did not expect to see a time come up at all. So that number is not legit. As good as it is, they will be back for the second round of qualifying to see if they can get a good number up on the board. But the car actually left before the tree activated. Might be that the rear tires happened to hit at the precise right moment to give them to have the car in the stage position, but the car left way too early for that 345 to be accurate. So Bob Alberti with a 418, 179 miles an hour takes the number 1 spot in the Thundering Okie, and that Dodge Challenger alcohol funny car sits on top of the qualifying list for now. Alberti, number 1 at 418. Nissen, number 2 at 464. Dan Butheris, number 3 right now. And Aaron Morrow, number 4 on the list with a number that will, unfortunately, have to be thrown out. All right, so we have the confirmation from the video. That was a rear wheel start. Aaron Morrow was in the pre-stage position. The revs came up on the alcohol car. That may have kind of caused him to lose concentration. And he hit the gas, and those big Goodyear slicks went across the infrared beams at precisely the right point to give it a stage indication. That started the clocks, and so that 345 was the car with a running start and the rear wheel starting the clocks. So that is what's happened. That's been confirmed through the video instant replay. Don't see that happen. I've been around to a few drag races. I've never seen that happen, but there's a first time for everything. Well, this should be a good pair, and talk about a Kodak moment. Blue Max and Detroit Tiger doesn't get a lot better than this, as these two cars, one a tribute car and one the actual Blue Max. Steve Tomosic from Belleville, Michigan, 1977 Chevrolet Monza funny car with 526 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Engineering Hemi power. The Bremer Specialty Fab SSI Superchargers, Bowen Race Cars, Detroit Tiger. Gonna be, looks like making a solo shot down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. The Blue Max was fired up, but something goes wrong and you heard it go lean and they shut it off. Steve Tomosic, he's got 5 Funny Car Chaos event victories and the trophies that go with it on their trophy shelf. Always a force with which to be reckoned when they show up at a Funny Car Chaos event. Tomosic making the solo run, this time down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 418, the number at the top of the qualifying list. Number might be in jeopardy. Let's find out as he guides the Detroit Tiger Monza into the stage position. Sends him down the racetrack. Oh, in a hurry, right straight down the middle. 410, your new number 1. The Detroit Tiger puts a big 410 on the scoreboard. 178.93 miles an hour. That run was legit. And that is your brand new number 1 qualifier. Steve Tomosic puts that car into the number 1 qualifying spot, a 106 60-foot time, a 274 to half track, and a 410 at 178.9 miles an hour. Show them some love, race fans. What a great run as they go from their first run down the racetrack to number 1 qualifier. Well, we'll see how long it lasts because there's a whole bunch more funny cars out there. Alky Digger B Field. Alky Digger B Field funny cars. I need you on the push road now. Alky Digger round 1 from Kearney. I need my Alky Digger B Field round 1 Kearney cars on to the push road, please. Funny Car Friday with Backup Girls providing an added bit of the show as the chase vehicle makes its way towards the exit, and our next set of funny cars getting ready to come to the ready stripe and fire up. The Blue Max being pushed back. We are hopeful that they can turn it over, get the Blue Max ready for another shot. He did not take a tree, so he certainly will be allowed the opportunity to make a qualifying run in this first qualifying round if they can get the car ready and if they choose to make that run. So as long as you see the Blue Max sitting there in the staging lanes, the possibility exists that they will make a qualifying run. 410 and 418, the 2 numbers at the top of the qualifying list as we continue now with our next set of funny cars. Looks like we've got the Bad Company Chevrolet Lumina-bodied funny car coming up on the right side of the Christmas tree in the Redemption Motorsports lane. That's going to be the Bad Company team out of Dumas, Texas. Okay, race fans, we got the word we were hoping to hear that the Blue Max will be running in this qualifying session. They had a fitting break. It's a quick and easy fix. They went to get the part from the trailer. They will replace that fitting. They will have everything good to go. And before this round of qualifying has concluded, they will be running the Blue Max for you. We've got our next pair ready to go, as this is the team. They're based in Gardena, California, when they're not in Sweden. Joe Lundberg, 1996 Pontiac Firebird, tower side of the racetrack. The Bullet Fabrication, Gardena Torrance, CPR, Gardena, and Hot Rod Performance. Firebird on the left side of the racetrack. Lines up with Smokey Blanton out of Dumas, Texas, the Bad Company. Chevy Lumina-bodied funny car. Brad Anderson Hemi Power underneath that green body. Flying the colors from their home country on the spoiler of the Raw Valley Firebird funny car, Joe Lundberg. Smokey Blanton and Cassie Blanton come out of Moore County, Texas. They ran the Bad Company funny car as an altered for a few years before switching it over to a funny car body so they could run Funny Car Chaos. We are very happy about that decision, as Cassie is guiding Smokey back from the burnout. They made the switch from big block Chevy power to Hemi power last year, and they have continued to work on getting this combination sorted out. First round qualifying, 410, the number at the top of the qualifying list, Joe Lundberg, O'Reilly Auto Parts Lane. It's like he's recruited Jeff Krug to do a little bit of help in the crew department as they travel light, but they document their trips as they travel across the country. He's into the pre-stage, waiting for that top bulb to come on the right side. Smokey Blanton turns on both bulbs. Now we're both staged. Big flash of amber. And down the racetrack they go. The Bad Company goes 459 at 158.4 miles an hour. A 110 short time for Smokey and a 304 to the half-track point. Joe was off the starting line. The premature launch with a red light start does not matter on a qualifying run, but he has problems with the race car, has to shut it off, coasting through at a 593 at 83 miles an hour. Smokey Blanton goes 459, gets a good start. They will take the data that they gathered and plug that into the setup for the next qualifying round. All right, there they go, race fans. Those folks came from a good ways off. Whether it was Dumas, Texas, Gardena, California, or Sweden, they came a long way to put on a show for the Mo-Kan fans. Now, I know they will not be disappointed that they made the trip. So 410 still the number at the top of the qualifying list. Steve Tomozik has still got the spot as we continue with the first of two qualifying rounds here on Funny Car Friday night at Mo-Kan Dragway. Can't wait to see what all we've got coming as our next funny car is getting ready to bring it to the ready stripe and fire them up. Fred Spell of Spell Paving Services bringing you the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour in 2023. We really appreciate Fred for his ongoing and continued support of all things chaos. He's the man, Johnny on the spot. You see his name on the side of a lot of these race cars, as his generosity seems to know no bounds. But Fred, we know you're watching on Flow Racing, and we miss you. We look forward to seeing you at the next race that you can be at. Mike Newkirk, Great Bend, Kansas, back in action after his outing at Eddyville Raceway Park earlier in the year. Took that curve at the end of the racetrack a little faster than worked out well. and had some fiberglass damage on the Dodge Avenger-bodied funny car that he was running. Comes back, looks like with a Monte Carlo-bodied funny car this time. Levy Plastics 281 Auto Salvage Rod Shop Performance Truck and Trailer Special appears to be making a solo run down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Mike Newkirk, solid 3-second performer. Could he be the first under 4 seconds tonight? Well, we are about to find out as they run the Minor Brothers Engineering power plant. And they have really learned their way around it, along with some of our friends in Colorado. Dale Hill and David Hill and Doug Schneider, all running a similar power plant and running it to perfection. Sure wish we were hosting all of our Colorado delegation friends this weekend, but there's other things that they had to do. So we will simply look forward to the next time we get to see you in person and let you know we're thinking about you on the live stream here on Flow Racing. Mike Newkirk knows there's a 410 at the top of the qualifying list. Wants to see if he can put this Monte Carlo funny car up top as he guides the Monte Carlo bodied funny car up to the first of those two infrared beams. The AccuTime timing system here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Gonna give us a reading on performance. Is Mike Newkirk, off the throttle a little bit early, gets out of the loud pedal and coasts it through at a 478, 107, a 961 60-foot. That's the second best 60-foot run of the weekend. So that early preliminary incremental shows that they definitely have some good horsepower on tap, but something went wrong a little bit after that 60-foot mark. Out there about 150, it appears, 150 to 200 feet. You heard the volume go down considerably, and from there it was a coast fest. Mike Newkirk goes 478, 107.78 miles an hour. All right, so we are happy to have them back, the team out of Great Bend, Kansas, as they go down to pick up their driver, Mike Newkirk. Let them know you're glad to see him. Detroit Tiger Monza funny car stays number one at 410. We've got our Alky Digger B field funny cars on the push road now. C field from Kearney standing by. And we will just await the word from our race master when it's time to fire up the next car or the next pair. Just heard from another one of our Colorado delegation. Danny Smith qualified number one at Kearney in the Alky Digger B field. Says he wishes they could be here, and Danny, we wish you could be here too. Once again, race fans, you're going to get a chance to see 2 rounds of funny car qualifying tonight, plus a run by the pair of jet dragsters that we've got here. And another round of Dirty South gassers coming your way here on Friday night as the sun makes its way towards that western horizon. The temperatures will drop. Might create even better conditions for great performances. Steve Tomosic has found the way down the racetrack in 4.10 seconds. He's number one on the qualifying list. And our next set of funny cars getting ready to rock our world on a Friday night. Howard Selden from La Vista, Nebraska. Tower side, the Proclaimer. Keith Black, Hemi-powered machine. Howard Selden made his first appearance in Funny Car Chaos at Kearney, Nebraska, where he was making licensing runs. Didn't run in competition, but was there. And licensing, the Proclaimer of the Good News. Chevy Corvette Funny Car takes the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Over on the right side in the Redemption Motorsports lane, that is Dana Kleinhofer from Minooka, Illinois. A 1978 Pontiac Firebird Funny Car. Also Hemi-powered, the Tremor. First-time Funny Car Chaos racer. As we have continued to add race teams that have run in Funny Car Chaos competition. At this event, 2 new racers took us to 199 and 200. So 200 racers have run in Funny Car Chaos competition since its inception in 2017. Who would have imagined? I'm not sure anybody would have. I'm not sure a lot of us knew there were 200 Funny Car teams in existence, but there's even more. So Howard Selden's Proclaimer pulls up to the pre-stage, rolls through. Dana Kleinhofer down that right side puts up a 471 at 156 miles an hour. A 109 60-foot and a 312 to half track. So Dana's first run in Funny Car Chaos competition nets him a 471. And right now, that's got him qualified in the Rodak A field for the moment. Howard Selden, Proclaimer of the Good News, staged up and ready. Going to take that Corvette down the left side, has the car drift towards that left side wall, wisely lifts off the throttle, and takes it through with a 580 at 87.6 miles an hour. So very happy to continue to have new racers joining Funny Car Chaos in 2023. And happy to have both of those racers put a number on the board as they are amongst the qualified at the moment. Friday night Funny Cars at Mo-Kan Dragway. Working our way towards those double runs with round 1, A field, B field, C field coming your way once we get to that portion of the program, which is just a few pair away. Wolf Pump C field, you'll be coming to the push road. B field, if you're not already on the push road, you're late, I need you there. Wolf Pump C field, we will call you to the staging lanes to the push road momentarily. So here we go, race fans. Mary Reap from Austin, Texas, the beautiful Mustang Funny Car. The Grim Reaper, a Hemi-powered Ace chassis Mustang Funny Car, is going to take the left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Alex Barker way up in the points. He's been a points leader for much of the 2023 season. He's got the Back in Black GTO 1969 Pontiac bodied Funny Car with Hemi power. Funny Car Friday night with the Grim Reaper and the Back in Black. Alex Barker, Maxima Racing Oils, BDX Blowers, CRC Products, Scott Palmer Racing Back in Black GTO right side. Miss Emily doing the backup girl duties for Alex Barker. Joe Singleton backing up her friend Mary Reap on the tower side of the racetrack. 410, still the number to beat at the top of the qualifying list. Alcohol-fueled cars on both sides of the Christmas tree. Texas left side, Oklahoma right side. Okay, race fans, back in black and Grim Reaper pulling up to the starting line. Both bulbs lit on the left side. Alex Barker. At the top end of the racetrack, 459 right side, 151 miles an hour for Alex Barker in the back in black. Mary Reap gets off of the throttle. As you could see, the car drifting towards that center stripe. She wanted to make sure that she maintained the rule because drag racing is a non-contact sport, as she got off the throttle to make sure the car did not cross the stripe and did not come close to the back in black machine. So 459, 151, and a 499. Both teams get a number on the board here in this first round of qualifying. Back in black team all the way down the racetrack, and there goes the Grim Reaper crew to pick up Mary Reap. So the Blue Max going to make a run down that right side lane as they have got the fitting replaced and should be good to go with this Nitro Hemi. Dodge Omni-bodied machine. Or is that a Plymouth Horizon? Well, I don't know. It's one or the other. They are the same. Ronnie Young's Blue Max. Raymond Beadle himself handed off the Blue Max to Ronnie Young. We get a chance to see them run in Funny Car Chaos on occasion. This is one such occasion. The Nitro Hemi just about to be brought to life. Ronnie Young strapped in and ready to take a run down that Redemption Motorsports lane. Friday night qualifying, and just after this, we will be going to the A field Kearney / Mo-Kan qualifying. Those pairs will be coming your way here in just a few moments. So the word comes across the radio that the top end is clear. About ready for a little Nitro Hemi action. How about a double shot of Nitro Hemi action, injected on the left side, supercharged and injected on the right side? Performax Trailers. The business of Ronnie Young and Wiley, Texas. And Todd Barker, you've seen Alex Barker make a run. He put a 459 on the board in the alcohol-fueled machine. The injected nitro machine is going to be on the tower side this time. The Corvette-bodied funny car of Copeland Race Cars, CRC, Scott Palmer Racing, DMP Awning, and Maxima Racing Oils providing support. Gotta be on the tower side of the racetrack. Nitro Club set up in black and black this weekend. Fires lit, tires lit on the left side. Here comes Ronnie Young in the Blue Max. you get that deep, deep rumble from the Blue Max Nitro Hemi. You know there's a ton of power at their disposal. Now, you've seen this car at Mo-Kan Dragway before put up big numbers. Like big numbers that you would expect from the legendary Blue Max. It's the first time they've been down the racetrack here at Mo-Kan Dragway in a while. We're anticipating good numbers all weekend long. Ronnie Young pulls the Blue Max up, anticipating the back in black car beside him. Crew chiefs looking over at each other. They say, okay, I'm good, you good, here we go. Tap the hood, give it to the drivers. Pre-stage, both sides of the racetrack. Third bulb lit, now the fourth. Loud pedal and the Blue Max down the racetrack, 393, 189 miles an hour. We have a brand new number one, and it's the Blue Max of Ronnie Young, 189 miles an hour. I'll get it out in a minute, or maybe I won't. 393 with a 6 at 189.47 miles an hour. The Blue Max, number one on the qualifying list. Now, you saw at the starting line the mop underneath the car on the left side. And at the hit, they immediately went up in smoke as the fluid apparently continued to come out. As soon as the slicks hit the moisture, it was all over for the back in black car. They do put a number on the scoreboard, but not one that they're especially proud of. But Ronnie Young, first 3-second run of the weekend here at Mo-Kan Dragway, puts that big 393 on the Redemption Motorsports scoreboard at 189 miles an hour, 983 to 60 and 256 to the half track. That was right about the point that he had to blip the throttle. He got back in it. As you could see, those header flames shoot back up just before the finish line, and the Nitro Hemi Blue Max goes 189 miles an hour down that right side lane, 3.93, your new number one qualifying elapsed time. So one of the cars stopped in the shutdown area. We will take care of getting the car off the racetrack. Looks like we've got everything taken care of as far as checking for fluid. But as soon as the top end of the racetrack is clear, it'll be time to go racing. Now, this is that point we were talking about a little bit earlier. These competitors qualified in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field at the race from Kearney, Nebraska. So this first pair that you can see at the starting line, that is 2022 champion Kirk Williams, who qualified number one at Nebraska with a 375, taking on number 8 qualifier from Kearney, Nebraska, Clay Cunningham out of Dumas, Texas. Clay qualified with a 396 out there in west central Nebraska. This is your first pair, so they are not only running for, these elapsed times will count for qualifying for Mo-Kan, but they are also going to be looking for the win light flashing in their lane. 10 points go to a winning run in eliminations. 5 points goes to the loser in an elimination round. So Kirk Williams in the thick of defending his 2022 championship from Funny Car Chaos. Not only wants a good elapsed time, but he really wants a win light, just like every competitor that you will see come to the starting line from this point. Normally, it is just about the qualifying elapsed time. Not tonight. This is a 2-in-1. So big implications for all the racers who are going for that top 10 and even that top 2 in points. You need a win light. Live stream broadcast of this qualifying round from Mo-Kan Dragway at the Labor Day Weekend Classic presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts is available on the Funny Car Chaos channel on YouTube. And, of course, as always, our fantastic subscribers on Flow Racing are enjoying tonight's race action with the live stream. Shout out to Saratoga Springs, New York. Denny and Gabby and the family tuned in to watch a little Funny Car Chaos qualifying from Mo-Kan Dragway. Wish you were here, brother. But if you can only tune in on the live stream, we're happy to have you here that way. Fire's lit. Here we go. Round 1 qualifying, Mo-Kan. Round 1 eliminations, Kearney Raceway Park. Kirk Williams, Glenwood, Iowa, tower side of the racetrack, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Qualified number 1 in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field with a 375. That pits him with the number 8 qualifier from Dumas, Texas, the crazy one himself. Still crazy Clay Cunningham. His Dodge Avenger funny car is going to take that right side Redemption Motorsports lane as the Orange crew have the car tuned up, and they would love to put a big number on the board. They would also love to get a win light and put those 10 points in their pockets. Kirk Williams needs 10 points to get a win light. So we've seen some good numbers put up on the board, but I think the wick just got turned up a bit more. Kirk Williams, Southwest Iowa, brings the Firebird funny car up to the starting line. Still crazy crew pushing that car, see if they can get it to go forward. And as it inches forward, they're hoping that the car will be able to stage under its own power. There is not an unlimited amount of time for this to happen. Kirk Williams and Chris Williams gonna get the win light with a solo shot down this left side lane. So put 10 points on the score sheet for Kirk Williams. He'll bring those revs up to about 9,000. Head down the O'Reilly lane, pedaling it to a win light. Not the run they wanted, but they did already have the win light. So a 481 at 103.6 miles an hour. What counts to them right at the moment is the win light. They'll take that 10 points and they will figure out how to get the car to go down the racetrack a little bit better a little bit later on, as they will have a semifinal match coming up with the winner between Jeff Cameron and Lance Van Houen in the semifinal round. Tough break right there for the Still Crazy team. 481 the elapsed time for Kirk Williams. We'll see if that costs them lane choice or not. Jeff Cameron and Lance Van Houen certainly with the door open for the opportunity to get lane choice. There they go, 2022 champions, the Williams brothers team. Got a win light. They live to go another round. That's what they were hoping for. So in the Rodak Custom Coffee A field, and in the morning, don't forget, tomorrow we start off early with a chapel service at 10 o'clock. That's going to be at the Performance Motor Coaches RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. Big Baron's Top End Grub will be serving breakfast, $10 a plate. Chaplain Joey Keith will be providing the non-denominational worship service. But with breakfast, you're going to get a chance to have that Rodak Custom Coffee. You hear us talk about it all the time and suggest that you give Marvin Rodak a call at Rodak Custom Coffee in Fort Worth. But if you want to experience exactly what we're talking about, that Rodak coffee is going to be available. The Funny Car Chaos blend of the Rodak Custom Coffee will be served at breakfast tomorrow over at Big Baron's Top End Grub at the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine hospitality tent. So our next pair looks to be Shane Lawson and Jim Chase. Shane Lawson qualified number 3 in the Man of War 2 Mustang. He's going to take the O'Reilly lane. And Jim Chase, the man from Bismarck, North Dakota, has got the Hot Pursuit Firebird funny car. A pair of Hemis, supercharged, fuel injected on methanol. Getting ready to see if they can be the first cars to really crack the combination on the track on Friday night at Mo-Kan Dragway. Shane Lawson, Jim Chase, they've got their Hemi funny cars fired up. They'll bring those bodies down, and then the smoke show's gonna begin. Strong burnout tower side for Shane Lawson. Don't leave out Jim Chase. Oh no, he's got that Firebird funny car looking and sounding strong with a big smoke show in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Should be good. North Dakota right side. Jim Chase has got 3 runner-up finishes in Funny Car Chaos competition, hoping to close the deal at least once this weekend. Switching out the 57 Wicked Quick body for the Firebird funny car he calls Hot Pursuit. Hoping to get a win light, hoping to put a big number on the scoreboard. Shane Lawson comes into this race number 6 in the points. Got his number 1 tuning consultant, Ken Singleton, calling the shots on the tune-up there. They have basically got the combination, the tune-up from the high-risk funny car that won 3 championships. They're hoping to turn that into a victory or 2 this weekend. Jim Chase in the stage position. Shane Lawson trying to find that first infrared. There it is. He'll bring it in stage position. Here they go. There we go. That's a couple of cars all the way down the racetrack, side by side 3s, and a new number 1. Shane Lawson fires the shot, heard all around the pits, as that's got Singleton written all over it. 372, 209. Big, huge top-end charge for the Man of War 2 Mustang. Takes number 1 with an exclamation point, a 936.60 and a 249 to the half-track point. You got a new favorite so far. 10 points and a win light and the number 1 qualifying elapsed time. The third 3-second run of the weekend goes to Jim Chase, a 381. That's it, race fans. I mean, was that incredible? There they go, Man of War 2, 372 and a 209 clip. Jim Chase, bad to the bone down that right side lane, 381, 192 miles an hour. Chase goes to number 2. Blue Max back to number 3 as we now have 3 cars under 4 seconds. And you can expect to see even more of that as the weekend goes on. There is a A-field bump spot pot that has been put up. A bunch of racers bought a spot at $20 a ticket to see what the A-field bump spot was going to be. Folks were saying anywhere from $384 to $399. We don't know exactly what it's going to be, but somebody's going to possibly take home a pocket full of cash from the A-field bump spot pot. But right now, the number 1 qualifier, 372 at 209. And Jim Chase, number 2, 381, 192.47 miles an hour. I'm telling you, when they come to Mo-Kan, anything can happen. And great stuff usually does. Here at Mo-Kan Dragway, that's one of the reasons it is a favorite on the tour for everybody that's ever been here. Shane Lawson puts up a big number 1, 372 and 209 miles an hour, just in case anybody thinks that might have been a fluke. Oh, no. He got both ends of low ET and top speed, 372, 209. Wow. All right, so our next set will be given the signal to fire up at the earliest possible opportunity, and that's going to be Jeff Cameron and Lance Van Allen. Lance got his first victory in Funny Car Chaos competition early in the year as the Walking Tall Camaro got a win in front of their hometown fans at Eddyville Raceway Park. Lance qualified with a 388, and looks like they're going to take that right side lane, Redemption Motorsports lane. And Jeff Cameron qualified with a 387. The War Machine Firebird is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. That is your next pair. Looks like we have the all clear from the top end of the racetrack. So light them up, they said. Jeff Cameron, Fayetteville, Texas, 1993 Gen 4 Pontiac Trans Am body, the Jake's Speed Shop War Machine. Lance Van Allen from Rhinebeck, Iowa, 2020 Chevrolet Camaro body machine. Side-by-side burnouts coming out of the water. Texas on the left side, Rhinebeck, Iowa on the right side. The Jerry Rolling Chevrolet Buick Special. Walking Tall Camaro in the Redemption Motorsports lane. As we have just seen a few racers crack the code on the 660-foot race course at Mo-Kan Dragway. 372, 209 at the number 1 spot. Jim Chase second, 381 at 192. Blue Max third with a 3.93 second elapsed time. Could we see some more 3-second elapsed times here? Well, if past performances are any indication, I wouldn't bet against either one of them. Check it out. Ken Singleton back here watching everybody go down the racetrack, soaking up all that information. The champ looking to make a big move this weekend. Going to see if he can close that deal. War Machine left side, Walking Tall right side. Drivers into the pre-stage position. 3 bulbs lit. Now 4. Here they go. From Iowa off the throttle at the half-track point, but Jeff Cameron goes 410 at 160.4 miles an hour. Lance with a good 9.76 short time, but had to get out of the throttle a little bit early as he felt it began to spin out there in the mid-range. Puts a 5.14 on the board. Jeff Cameron maintains pace with some of the others at the top. Cameron goes to the next round. He runs a 4.10. That will give him lane choice against Kirk Williams. So it'll be War Machine versus 200 Proof in the top half of the Rodak A field. And Man of War versus the winner of the next pair in the bottom half of the Rodak A field. Next pair going to be Keith Zimmerer. So the Zimmerer is going to be into the next round with a solo run. His competitor, Jesse Clark, unable to make it to Mo-Kan Dragway this weekend. So Zim is going to have a chance to go all out. And you can bet Will Hanna looked at those earlier, 3.7 and 3.8 second elapsed time, realized there's plenty of teeth on the racing surface. It's got lots of bite. So we'll see what the Penny Pincher Mustang Funny Car has for us. The team out of Texas. Track record holder from Albuquerque Dragway after that incredible event out there in the land of enchantment. But we are awaiting the all clear from the shutdown areas. We still have one of the cars on the racetrack. Shouldn't be, but just another little bit, and we'll be good to go. Solo run for Keith Zimmerer, the mighty Zim. Don't forget, race fans, they have got pulled pork and smoked brisket. If you want it on a sandwich, if you want it on a plate, if you want it on mac and cheese or any of a variety of other ways, they've got it for you at Big Barron's Top End Grub. Behind the water box next to the Winner's Circle sign, can't miss that big white tent, the Performance Motor Coaches RV and Marine Hospitality tent. They got tables, they got chairs, and they got Big Barron's Top End Grub. You get hungry or thirsty, want to sit and enjoy a great meal, they will be happy to fix you up at Big Barron's. Well, what a Friday night. The sun is going down, the lights come on, and we have got more funny car action coming your way as we are to the fourth pair of the Rodak A field from our Kearney, Nebraska race. We've got 3 pair down, and we can go ahead and color in the numbers. It was going to be Zim versus Lawson in the bottom half of the A field semifinal. That's coming up later tonight. It's going to be Williams versus Cameron in the top half. Lane choice goes to Cameron. In that pair, Alky Digger B field from Kearney, Nebraska is going to be coming up right after this solo run. Now, in case you wonder, we don't like singles any better than you do. However, you can't put somebody next to someone when it's an elimination round and it is a bye run. So, the mighty Zim, Keith Zimmerer from Gainesville, Texas. Cody Draper in CD Trucking. Will Hanna Motorsports. Doug Morrison, Performance Welding. Got the names on all of the above for the mighty Zim's Penny Pincher Funny Car. This team spent a few years in the Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association. They are back-to-back champions in 21 and 22. Running an altered combination, decided they wanted to get a funny car and go funny car racing. They have done nothing but impress since coming over from the Fuel Altereds. So the win light is in the bag. Number 1 on the qualifying list is 372. Top speed is 209. We'll see right quick if the willpower, that Will Hanna power, in the same lane as the Man of War 2 Mustang. Let's see if they can put it up on the board. Got the front wheels in the air and off the throttle at the half track point. A 9.15 60 foot off the throttle at half track after a 252 half track. 425, 123. Zim gets a number on the board and goes to the next round. So that does it for the A field. Now it's time for our Alky Digger B field. You may see a few bye runs in this particular Class 2. Not all bye runs, though. There'll be no bye runs after this round in our A, B, and C fields from Kearney. It'll be all pairs in eliminations from that point forward. So we're going to kick off with a pair in Alky Digger B field funny car action, finishing off that Kearney Raceway Park Funny Car Chaos event. Shout out to our friends out there in West Central Nebraska. What a great time we had. Jade Cook from Duncan, Oklahoma, the Nemesis funny car. Jade's got that centrifugal supercharger on that big inch, big block, and turned career best performances in that thin air at Albuquerque. She's taking on Tony Arcuri, who comes from the land of thin air, Colorado. 1956 Ford Crown Victoria funny car with 511 cubic inches of Hemi power. The Signet North America Red Wave Technology Fire Department Coffee Special, the Firefighter funny car, the Crown Vic in the O'Reilly lane, taking on the Nemesis. Phil Cook, Jade's father, turning the wrenches on this dude. CNC Performance, Nitrous Express, Neil Chance Racing Converters, Nemesis funny car. You see the number on the scoreboard, that's a 386 index. Green lights both sides, both cars a little squirrely down there, and the win light goes to Jade Cook. Down that right side, 428, 136, beats a 443 at 152. Tony had to get out of the throttle a little early, but got back in it as his top end charge was, he was closing quickly. Jade got on the throttle after flirting with the wall on the right side and does manage to get to the finish line first. Tony Arcuri, 009 on the Christmas tree. He was going for a great reaction time, and man, did he get one. 009 on that left side, Jade 013. So a pair of great reaction times for those competitors. Jade with a 970 short time and a 999 for Tony. 428 beats a 443. Race fans, they put on a great show right there as they were having to pedal, but they got the job done. Got it down the racetrack with the shiny side up. Jade Cook will take the win and advance to the next round. Wolf Pump, Seafield funny cars. You're probably on the push road, but if you're not, that's where you need to be. Wolf Pump, Seafield, coming up after B field. So we have our first pair down the racetrack at Alky Digger B field funny cars. Looks like we have a solo run as Wayne Hoffman, fresh off an incredible performance at Maryland International Raceway on what was truly a magical night at the drags. Runner-up in the Alky Digger B field. Comes into this race, number 8 qualifier with a 439, scheduled to take on number 1 qualifier Steve Grabowski, who ran a 406 to qualify number 1. The 386 on the scoreboard, that is an index for our B field and C field. That number is set at 2/10. 2/10 of a second quicker than the low qualifier's elapsed time. Wayne Hoffman with another long, smoky burnout. Wayne Hoffman with a long burnout. You heard it sounding a little weird after the burnout, and it loses fire. It's a competition by run. But the China Syndrome Dodge Avenger-bodied funny car comes to rest out there by the scoreboard, so the crew is on the way to pick him up. And that's going to be all she wrote for that pass. And last weekend, we are running back-to-back, by the way. Some of these competitors ran at Maryland International Raceway at the very first Funny Car Chaos event ever on the East Coast. Wayne Hoffman was one of those racers. He finished second, runner-up in the Alki Digger B field after an incredible show at that showplace of a racetrack. So the equipment has been run hard and maybe feeling it a little bit. Wayne Hoffman comes out, as usual, puts on a great show every time they fire up the car. Makes a long, smoky burnout. It seems like something may have gone away on the burnout as it went quiet. And they're hooking up the tow strap to take it to the exit. So tough break for them right there. We have another round of qualifying coming up tonight, which will be the second round of eliminations for some of these competitors. So they do have it hooked up, and they are taking it off the top end of the racetrack. And looks like we have Chris Snyder in the Brutus funny car. He was number 4 qualifier up at Kearney, ran a 4:18 in qualifying. He was slated to take on the Zeus funny car of David Hill out of Colorado, who qualified with a 4:22. David Hill unable to make it to Mo-Kan this particular weekend. Hate that we don't get to see them. But Chris Schneider is going to fire up that Mach 1 Mustang 71 vintage. He's going to line up on the left side of the Christmas tree in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. The Troxel's Auto Literature Victory Performance Parts Brutus Mustang. He's going to take a competition by run and get into the semifinal round of the Alki Digger B field. So he'll put the 10 points on the board. Back up Becky Schneider, guiding her husband back from that long, smoky burnout. Car owner John Troxel right behind the car. And the race crew from the Jefferson City, Missouri area gathered around the car. They're racing with heavy hearts this weekend, as you are used to seeing Justin Craig, Brutus, doing the backup guide duties. But his wife's mom experiencing some health challenges, and they are unable to be here this weekend. But our thoughts, prayers, and best wishes go out to Justin and Ashley and everyone involved with the family. Well, Chris has got the win light. It's on the scoreboard. Not sure what exactly happened right there, but they have got about an hour and a half to get the car serviced and ready for their semifinal pairing, which will be against Wayne Hoffman. So Team Brutus with the win light going to the semifinals in the Alky Digger B field from Kearney. They will get it serviced and ready for their date with Wayne Hoffman in the semifinals. And the final pair in the Alky Digger B field will feature our points leader for 2023, Tom Furchess, in the Made in America Pontiac Firebird. Looks like he's got a bye run as well. He qualified number 3 at 4:15. His opponent was to be number 6 qualifier Christine Foster. Christine qualified at a 4:25. Unable to make the appearance here at Mo-Kan this weekend, so you get a solo run down this left side lane again. So the A field cars found their way, or at least some of them found their way down the racetrack. B field cars having their struggles, though, although the first pair didn't get all the way down the racetrack, but even having to lift a little bit early, they put up low 4-second performances. So we're going to anticipate a good run here down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane from the points leader, who finished number 2 in the Funny Car Chaos World in 2022. He's looking to move up just one spot. Tom Furchess. Made in America Firebird funny car from Littleton, Colorado. A series of strong performances throughout the season has him perched on top of the points list. So he's got 10 points for winning the first round in Alky Digger B field competition. His competition will be Jade Cook in the semifinal round of this Alky Digger B field. Crew checks the wheelie bars, make sure it's at the appropriate height. Hatch comes down. Car's in the forward gear, and here we go. Tom Furchess, points leader for 2022. Looking to make a solo run down this left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Off the throttle just a little bit early, goes 428 with a 2 at 134 miles an hour after a 9.65 60-foot time. That car was cooking on that run. Got a good run down the racetrack, and I think by 1,000th of a second, Furchess may have lane choice against Jade Cook. We'll have to look at the numbers out to that third digit to be sure, but they both ran 428 in this round of eliminations / qualifying. Semifinal pairings in Alky Digger B field funny car: Hoffman versus Schneider and Cook versus Furchess. Moving now to our Wolf Pumps C field. Kicking it off with Michael Neal from Sarah, Mississippi. 1970 Chevrolet Nova funny car with brand new sponsorship from Coleman Taylor Transmissions of Memphis. He's lined up next to Mike Buchanan, a veteran of Funny Car Chaos competition. He was at the very first Funny Car Chaos event. Both of these teams with big block bow tie power. Buchanan from Goddard, Kansas. He's got that Gary Roushcolt supercharger on top of that big block Chevy. Gary Roushcolt Man, we appreciate all he's done for Funny Car Chaos through the years, but having a tough time the last few weeks and watching on the Flow live stream. So, Gary Rousecolt, wishing you the best out there, brother. Michael Neal and Dad Ricky. Wife Chelsea. Evelyn Knievel. Backup girl. The Burnin' Love Chevy Nova. From just south of that Mississippi-Tennessee line. Into the pre-stage position, taking on his friend, fellow competitor Mike Buchanan, the Ombre, with that new carbon fiber Vega body. Green lights on both sides at the finish line. Put a wind light in the right-hand lane, 433 at 163 miles an hour. Mike Buchanan liking that weight savings of that carbon fiber Vega body. Haven't got a chance to paint it yet, but they definitely do have some good performances to report. 433, 163 miles an hour. Good for a win and a ticket to the semifinals in Wolf Pump Seafield action. Michael Neal goes 475 at 146.1 miles per hour. Good run as he was right down the middle of that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Just not quite enough. Buchanan goes on. Great performance from the Ombre team and from the Burnin' Love team. Rockin' Robin Risch coming up next. The blown retirement Chevrolet Camaro funny car out of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Big block Chevy powered machine, Camaro body, custom autos by Tim. Helping to provide support for Rockin' Robin. Robin qualified number 8 at Kearney with a 5:14. His opponent was to be Danny Smith, who was the number 1 qualifier, who qualified at a 4:39. Smith unable to make it to Mo-Kan this weekend. Has to opt out, and that's going to put Robin Risch into the semifinal. Rockin' Robin with a solo shot, this time down the Redemption Motorsports lane. Robin Risch runs a limited schedule in Funny Car Chaos competition. We love seeing them whenever they get a chance to make it. They made the tow to Kearney, Nebraska, got into the field, and quickly began looking forward to Mo-Kan to kind of get a twofer. 2-4-1. And they bring that blown retirement Camaro back after the burnout. Getting ready to take the Redemption Motorsports lane as they will solo into the semifinal round in Wolf Pump's Seafield Funny Cars. Round 1 racing action and round 1 qualifying all together as one. Rockin' Robin. Oh my goodness. Comes over, takes out that cone on the center stripe. 6:52 at 63 miles an hour, but that run won't count on qualifying. So Robin Risch in the shutdown area takes the car off the top end of the racetrack. We can see that reflective color as the Camaro is off of the top end of the racetrack as their crew go down to pick him up. And as the race crew goes to work replacing the cone. Next pair up, it's going to be another Mississippi racer. Number 2 qualifier from Kearney Raceway Park, Casey Giesland in the Gambler 69 Camaro. Ran a 4:48 in qualifying out on the western plains of Nebraska. He's taking on the Show Me State boy, Chris Batty, from not too far from here. Chris Batty, the Batmobile Corvette, looks to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Just about ready to go back to racing as we have got our next pair suited up, strapped in, and ready to go. We got our backup girls who are going to be doing their job, bringing that showmanship to the racers. Casey Giesland out of Senatobia, Mississippi, the Ronnie's Hot Rod Gambler. Going to be running down that right side lane. Queen of Diamonds doing the backup girl. That is Sister Amy. And on the tower side, it's going to be Chris Batty with Kaylee Antonini, the backup girl. 461 big block Chevy on the left side of the racetrack, brought to you by the good folks at Stockton's Hardware and Home, Kaplinger Woods, Cedar Creek Beef Jerky, some of that good stuff, and Eagle Machine. Chris qualified number 7 out at Nebraska with a 482. And Casey qualified number 2 at a 448. That Ronnie's Hot Rod, Final Touch, Doe Speed Shop, and the firm back 69 Camaro takes the right side lane. Brad Anderson Hemi Power underneath that 69 Camaro body. Fire's lit. First round, Wolf Pump Seafield Funny Car action from Kearney, Nebraska, and qualifying action for Mo-Kan Dragway. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, and man, they got 'em. Here comes Kaylee Batgirls making her way down to that Corvette funny car of Uncle Chris. And on that right side, redemption side, the Queen of Diamonds backing up her brother. Big time funny car racing comes to Mo-Kan Dragway at the Labor Day Weekend Classic. Round 1 eliminations in the makeup race from Kearney, Nebraska. Chris Batty from the state of Missouri. Casey Giesland from the SIP, the state of Mississippi. First round action. Winner advances to take on Mike Buchanan. Who's it going to be? The Corvette or the Camaro? Crew chiefs stand aside. The drivers trying to find that infrared. There they are. Third bulb lit. Now the fourth. There they go. Casey Giesland leaves way before the tree activates. And Chris Batty is going to get that win. 584 at 148.81 miles an hour. Both drivers into the pre-stage. They very shortly thereafter turn on their stage lights. They were anticipating the flash of amber, and the Gambler Camaro funny car just launched way early, did not record a time. Chris Batty, you saw the red light come on as he left before the green light came on, but that race was over when the car on the right side launched before the tree activated. So Chris Batty is going to go to the semifinal round in the race from Kearney, 584 at 148.8 miles an hour. Mike Buchanan is going to have the lane choice in that matchup of Wolf Pump Seafield funny car. Okay, race fans, we have our bottom half of the Wolf Pump Seafield set, as we've got Chris Batty racing Mike Buchanan. The top half, we've got it halfway done. Rockin' Robin Risch is going to take on, looks like Jordan Ballou, because it appears that Jordan Ballou is going to have a bye run in the first round as well. His opponent was slated to be Hot Rod Herbie, Justin Herbst, as Justin is racing out in Colorado this weekend. Already committed to that event, couldn't make it to Mo-Kan, so looks like Jordan Ballou, the Dry Hop King, is going to get a bye run into the semifinal. So it will wind up being an all-Oklahoma semifinal in the top half of the Wolf Pumps B field. And it's going to be Missouri versus Kansas. Kind of a Big 8 matchup there in the bottom half of the Wolf Pump C field. Jordan Ballou, Phillips Precision Marine Machine. Big block Chevy powered 69 Camaro backed by Phillips Precision Machine, Icon Pistons, Iron Cross Dirt Works, Smith Auto and Tire, and Green Beard Labs. Now on the side of the car, you can see that stripe goes from the quarter panel up towards the front of the car. All those names are people that made contributions to help the Dry Hop King Ballou Family Racing to get to Maryland International Raceway for the event last weekend. So they could keep up their string of performances of being at all the Funny Car Chaos events intact. They did just that. Dry Hop King getting ready to do his patented chirpies. One this time instead of two. And the Ballou Thunder car coming up towards the starting line to make a solo run. See if they can find their way down this O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Some cars have really found the way down the track, and others not so much. Jordan using all of that O'Reilly lane. Looks like he's going to get a good number on the board with a 449 at 161.9. There's certainly more there, as he used a lot of real estate on the left side of the center stripe in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, but that 449 is going to give him lane choice against Rockin' Robin in the top half of the Wolf Pump Seafield semifinal. So our Jet Dragsters coming your way here momentarily, as that concludes our funny cars in their first round of qualifying. Oh, okay, I spoke prematurely. We do have one more car that's going to make a run. That's the Still Crazy Machine. Were unable to run in the eliminations, but they didn't take a tree, so they are going to make a qualifying attempt, as they are just about set to go. Bringing that Dodge Daytona-bodied Hemi-powered funny car to life. Going to make a run down the right side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Don't forget, race fans, the event shirts from Mo-Kan Dragway are available on the lower floor of the tower on the west side window. They've got a limited quantity of those one-of-a-kind event shirts. Mo-Kan Dragway event shirt from the Labor Day Weekend Classic. One of those gotta-have items. Make sure you get them while they still got them. Clay Cunningham, Dumas, Texas. Will's Machine Incorporated. Moore County Economic Development. Twisted Fabrications, and Dickey's Body Shop. Helping Clay Cunningham and the Still Crazy team get to Mo-Kan Dragway. Let's see. Evidently problems for the car as it comes to life and goes quiet. Hey, race fans, we were honored tonight to have longtime funny car racer Dale Tudor here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Dale, if you're still here, man, we really appreciate you being here. How exciting to have you here for Funny Car Chaos, and thanks for all the match races that you ran here and for all the fans that you thrilled through the years with the performances of your funny cars and race cars. Dale Tudor, man, thank you so much for being here. So, first round of funny car qualifying has brought us a 209 mile per hour top speed and a 3.72 second low ET. Shane Lawson in the Man of War 2 Mustang is sitting on top of that qualifying list with an incredible performance. They found their way down that left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane and put up an incredible run of 372, 209 miles an hour. And, of course, all the rest of the competitors. Some found their way down the racetrack while others didn't quite so successfully. But that second round of qualifying is coming up at about 9:30 as they have taken their cars back to the pit area. If you want to take a look at these crews as they work hard to get their cars ready for the second round of qualifying tonight, you have certainly got the opportunity to do that with every ticket being a pit pass. There's going to be some thrashing going on out there. You're going to get a chance to see what it's all about in funny car racing. We have got the Jet Dragsters coming your way. Dirty South Gassers, you're coming up after the Jets. I don't encourage you to be behind the Jets, but we'll have you coming up after the Jet cars for your next runs down the racetrack. So Dirty South Gassers, stand by.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Roger Eckert, right side of the racetrack, brings the car to life. Final car here in the first round of qualifying. A Chevy 2-body. Don't see a whole lot of those of that vintage, but Roger's got a good looking one. think I've seen that one before with its previous owner. But he brings it out to Funny Car Chaos competition at Mo-Kan Dragway. Going to go solo down that right side lane. And he has the distinction of being Funny Car entrant number 200 in the history of Funny Car Chaos competition. So the man from Tulsa, Oklahoma, a place noted for great drag racing and especially great funny car racing, brings his funny car up to the starting line in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Double bulbs, gets ready to go. Takes the car across the center stripe, so will not record a time, but does stay away from things like cones and walls, which is a really good thing. So Roger makes a qualifying run, starts out on the right, finishes up on the left, does not get a time, but does get show-up points. And 5 points for making a qualifying run. Jet Dragsters coming at you here in just a moment. Friday night under the lights, we've got Jet Dragsters coming your way. The Game Exchange Jet Dragster pair with Andy Mears and Ray Kelly. Dirty South Gassers, lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. Dirty South Gassers, lanes 1, 2, and 3, please. Hang back just a little bit so you don't get into this jet wash. But Dirty South Gassers, you're coming up right after the Jets. So as soon as the Jet goes down the racetrack, you guys and gals will be next. Hey, your attention, please. Your attention, please. If your name is Diana P. Turner, Diana Turner, you have. Wow. I know, I've had it. Diana Turner, you've had a lost item turned into the tower. If you would like to come pick it up, bring your ID. Diana Turner, you've had a lost item turned in to the tower. If you would like to pick it up, bring your ID and come on up. So, race fans, what we got on the docket, we got jet dragsters coming up here in just a second. We got Dirty South Gassers coming up right after that, and it is going to be time for more funny car qualifying. We have eliminated the first round of the Kearney makeup race. So there will be 2, 4, 6 pair running in eliminations mode in that second round of qualifying. So there's going to be a bunch of cars running Mo-Kan only, and then there will be 6 pair running Kearney eliminations in conjunction with the Mo-Kan qualifying. So all of that is coming your way as we continue day number 1 here at Mo-Kan Dragway with the Labor Day Weekend Classic presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Here's one of my favorite things to see anytime, anywhere. Jet dragsters. Ray Kelly out of Kearney, Texas, and Andy Mears from Lubbock, Texas. They're going to be driving these Game Exchange jet dragsters. Andy Mears, this is his first year to drive a jet dragster, and he's loving it. He's driven just about every kind of race car known to man. Spent quite a few years on the Funny Car Chaos Tour. Sold his funny car and decided to go jet dragster racing with our friend Ray Kelly. Ray Kelly's been running these jet dragsters for a long time. As a kid, he saw some jet dragsters run, and he said, that is what I want to do. Well, that's not all he's done with his life, but it is what he does for fun and for profit, as he runs the jet dragsters out of his stable in Kearney, Texas. General Electric J85 jet engines providing the thrust to send these jet cars down the racetrack. Our drivers, very adept at bringing the show to the race fans here at Mo-Kan Dragway. They will bring the revolutions up on these jet engines, send that jet fuel into the afterburners. That creates the flames. They'll do the burner pops and rearrange everything in the tower. As so much for all the items on the wall, as we'll pick them up later. Jet dragsters, when the sun goes down, there's just nothing quite like it. And this particular team loves to put on a great show. The windows are rattling in front of me as they're rattling your world out there in the grandstands and along the fence, guiding those jet dragsters just within a few feet of the starting line. At that point, they'll bring them to a stop. Then you'll hear them bring up the revs on those jet engines. Ray Kelly, first to find the pre-stage bulb. Waits for Andy Mears to turn on the top bulb. They'll turn up the wick. You'll see starter Mike Hodge flip that switch and send them down the racetrack. Andy Mears into the pre-stage. Revs come up. Mo-Kan Tower, we are go for launch. Andy Mears with the red light start puts a wind light on the left side, but Ray Kelly goes 424 at 184 miles an hour. You saw the candle go out on the right side as Andy Mears' car had a problem and he shut it off a little bit early, but he still goes 443 at 152 miles an hour. Now, race fans, if that was your first time to see a jet dragster, could you wave at the tower? Was that not the coolest thing ever? Okay, we're going to do that twice tomorrow. So if you were wondering, should I come back tomorrow or should I not? My vote is yeah. You're going to get a chance to see that twice tomorrow, plus all these funny cars, plus all these Dirty South Gassers. And there's going to be even more hot rods in here as they are still making their way from points all across the region for the bracket race that we got going on tomorrow. It's going to be one heck of a drag race tomorrow. Oh, by the way, we're not through tonight. You just got a chance to see the Jets go down the racetrack. We've got Dirty South Gassers on their way to make their second runs of the night. And we'll close out the show tonight with the second round of funny car qualifying. That's all coming up for you on day one of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Labor Day Weekend Classic, the 58th version in the history of this fine racetrack. Man, don't you dare leave. Take the opportunity to go get something great to eat from Big Baron's Top End Grub or the Nitro Ice or the Mo-Kan concession stand. Take advantage of the opportunity to do all that. Oh, by the way, they're working on the funny cars, getting ready to come back for that second round of qualifying. Go by and watch them work as they will have those cars turned quickly for the second round of qualifying. And we're looking for the numbers to continue to get better, for there to be more cars joining the 3-second club, some more 200-mile-per-hour performances as these cars and crews, some of them disappointed with their first round results in qualifying, but they will get that sorted out. And that second round of qualifying promises to be one more spectacular event. So hang around for it, race fans. Get you something to eat, stand and stretch. Hey, I hope you've taken advantage of the opportunity to make some new friends. Funny Car Chaos is one of the best places I've ever found to make new friends because almost without exception, that's a bunch of cool people that you are sitting around watching the races with. So don't be bashful. Introduce yourself to somebody new, and, man, enjoy Funny Car Chaos. It's always at its best when it's at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we're here to bring you one more outstanding drag race. We're going to kick things off here in just a few moments with Dirty South Gassers.
Check out TwistedShifters.com for the largest selection of made in the USA custom shift knobs. Everything to fit from old to new, race cars, hot rods, and even the big semi-trucks with our adapter for the air shifters to use all of our shift knobs. Custom engraving options, logos, you name it. Chrome-handled plungers and custom canes like you've never seen before. TwistedShifters.com, made in the USA, and we ship worldwide.
Taylor Motorsports Products is your first stop for quality safety equipment for your car or your driver. All of our safety equipment products are made in our facility in Albany, Oregon. From custom fit fire suits to racing seat belts, supercharger restraints, engine diapers, transmission blankets, and many other must-have items. Our racing history runs deep. We are racers building the finest safety equipment for racers. And we're a proud supporter of the Chaos.
What can 360 Steel do for you? We have dozens of different fire pits, all on the website. This style folds flat, carries easy. Drink stands, throwing shoes, throwing bags, we'll hold your cans. Military signs, firefighter, full selection on the website. Personalized signs of all types, custom clocks. Stuff for the man cave in the garage, code hooks, key hooks, indoor, outdoor, powder coated to last. 360steel.com. Spell it out, 360 Steel.
Not many race car shops can say they've been in business for 60 years, but we can. Here at S&W Race Cars, we specialize in welding and fabricating, designing and building door car, dragster, funny car, and alter chassis. We provide water jet cutting and other production services. We have several thousand roll bars and roll cages, custom tube bending, fabricated 9-inch forward housings, and rear frame kits. We run a full-service machine shop, and so much more we couldn't squeeze into a 30-second commercial. Give us a call at 1-800-523-3353 or visit our website.
All right, Dirty South Gassers in and ready. Tyler's about to make his final pass here with the sweep and drag, and we'll be ready for Dirty South Gassers run number 2 of the evening.
Attention in the pits. Diana Turner, you have had a lost item turned in. It is upstairs in the tower. If you'll bring your ID, you can claim it. Diana Turner, you have had a lost item found and turned in. It is upstairs in the tower if you would like to collect it.
Here we go, Dirty South Gassers. Run number 2 of the evening. Joey Phelps in the Hard Day Nights. 62 Chevy 2 out of Bodark, Missouri. Blown Big Block Chevrolet Power. Taking on Clay Kossuth out of Catawissa, Missouri. The 65 Coronet 540 cubic inch Mopar stack injected power plant. Victory Motorsports, Clay and Sons, and A&A, the sponsors for the Big Mopar. At the stripe, going to be Kossuth in the Coronet, 585, 114. Phelps right there, 590, 123. Pair of early 30s vehicles coming up here. You got David Tanner, 32 Chevrolet Coupe in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Lane, Neosho, Missouri. Blown small block Chevrolet powered outhouse mouse. Sponsored by Color Street Auto Body. And And Keith Fox from Slayton, Texas, the 30 Ford Coupe, Chevrolet Power. Both these guys known for their wheel stands. Tanner, if he can get a bite of the track, will put it on the bumper. .614, 111 for Tanner in the Chevrolet. Fox in the Ford, 731 at 94 miles per hour. That'll bring up David Hudson from Iowa Park, Texas, 37 Chevy Coupe with a small block Chevrolet. Taking on Jim Coons from Waukee, Iowa in the small block Chevrolet powered 48 Ford Anglia in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Neck and neck. Chevy gets their first 7-11 at 100 miles per hour. Coons at 730, 94. Pair of longtime runners at nostalgia events here at Mo-Kan Dragway. You got Hooley Huffman out of Wagner, Oklahoma. The Okie Twister 2 blown small block 51 Henry J. Getting some help from Chubbs, battery, and tire. John Clark in the Clark Speed Special AFX 63 Chevy 2, 406 small block power. He hails from Wichita, Kansas. Huffman away first, and he is out of here. 588, 117. Clark in the Chevy 2, 621, 109. That'll bring up Tyler Johnson, all the way from Seward, Nebraska, in the small block Chevrolet powered 53 Bel Air in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. He's taking on Monty Buck from Mexico, Missouri, the 57 Chevrolet 150. The Midnight Special, big block Chevrolet power. So small block power for the 53, big block power for the 57 there in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Monty Buck checks out, 644, 103. Johnson, 787, 85 miles per hour. Couple of good-looking units here. You got Bob Larson from Rossville, Kansas. The Prospector 38 Dodge Coupe, Chrysler Power. Old Guy Hot Rods is sponsor. He's in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. He's taking on Lyle Thurman from Sarcoxie, Missouri. Got the 55 150 Chevrolet in the Redemption Motorsports lane, small block power. Larson is out of here, 708, 98 miles an hour. Thurman, 905, 77. That'll bring up Marty Danner in the Rain Miller Express, 55 Chevrolet out of Joplin, 406 small block power. Kale and Papa's Hot Rod Shop, Danner Auto Repair, the sponsors. And Leland Harmon, Funds Fun 2, out of Falls City, Nebraska, 56 Chevrolet, 400 Chevrolet cubic inch power plant. The Horsepower Genie Machine Shop and JR's Body and Hot Rod Shop, the sponsors on the 55 there in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Nice little wheelie for the 55. 56 there first in the Redemption Motorsports lane. 695, 99 miles an hour. Danner's 717 at 94 in the Riley Auto Parts lane. And the hits just keep coming. It's the Hustlin' Henry of Kevin Jordan out of Lenexa, Kansas. Chevrolet Power Plant in the 51 Henry J, O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And Bob Langner all the way from St. Joe, Missouri. 55 Chevrolet. Big block power for the 55. And Langner there first, 692, 96 miles an hour. Jordan in the Henry J, 756 at 94. That'll bring up Chris Miller from Bartlesville, Oklahoma. 32 Ford 5-window coupe, the Alcatraz car in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. 456 cubic inch Ford power plant, sponsored by Pro One and Hammer Down Performance. And Jim Fissel in the Fissel Missile out of Mounds, Oklahoma. 48 Anglia Redemption Motorsports lane. Big block Chevrolet power. Pair of wild entries here. Going to be a fun run. $593, $116 for Miller in the Alcatraz car, O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Fizzle at the Redemption Motorsports lane, 654. Slowing 88 takes the first turn off. Brings up Ian Langner from St. Joe, Missouri. 49 Chevrolet Business Coupe, I do believe, O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Big block Chevrolet power, getting some help from Bob's Auto Repair. He's here in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And James Collins from Seymour, Missouri. Big block Chevrolet powered 63 Ford Fairlane 500 in the Redemption Motorsports lane. Collins, 613, 110 in the Fairlane. Langner in the Chevrolet, 617 at 111. Close race. Good win for James Collins in the Fairlane. Jim Anderson in the Red Rocket, 66 Chevy 2 Nova out of Chelsea, Oklahoma, the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Blown small block Chevrolet power, sponsored by Leon's Auto, AdPro Advertising Solutions. $614, $111 for Anderson in the Red Rocket Chevy 2.
Mo-Kan only. Mo-Kan funny car qualifying lanes 2 and 3, please. Second round funny car qualifying lanes 2 and 3.
Got a pair of nostalgia front engine dragsters coming up here. Chris Graves, call Carl when you can, please. Chris Graves, call Carl when you can, please. Kevin Lowry coming up in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. He's out of Joplin, Missouri. The K&J chassis dragster with a small block Chevrolet in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Taking on Robin Marsh from Smithville, Missouri. 66 Woody Gilmore chassis dragster. The Wild Child with a blown alcohol-injected small block Chevrolet, sponsored by Dave's Auto Body. He's there in the Redemption Motorsports lane. The Wild Child 558, 124 miles an hour. Lowry in the K&J car, 783, 87 miles per hour. Once again, Mo-Kan only qualifiers for Funny Car Chaos to lanes 2 and 3, please. Mo-Kan only qualifying attempts to lanes 2 and 3. I'll bring up Gerald Griffin. Griff out of Billings, Missouri. The Griff's Cam Shop and Speed Center. Recycled Ford Ranchero out of Billings, Missouri. Blown big block power. He's sponsored by Griff's Cam Shop. Coming up here in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Might do another dry hop here. Maybe not. Maybe just get squared up. Takes the long way to the stripe, 676 at 100 miles an hour for Gerald Griffin.
Your attention in the pits, please. I need Mo-Kan Funny Cars. If you are no longer in competition for the Kearney makeup race, that would be all of you except 12. I need Mo-Kan Funny Car qualifying, staging lanes 2 and 3 now. Second round Funny Car qualifying, Mo-Kan only, lanes 2 and 3. A field, B field, C field from Kearney. We'll call you up in just a little bit. But all others, lanes 2 and 3, please. Lanes 2 and 3, please. Round 2, Funny Car qualifying to the staging lanes now. Race fans, it is a very special weekend at Mo-Kan Dragway with this Labor Day weekend classic. Not only do you have the opportunity to watch some incredible cars go down the racetrack, we've got some incredible cars that you can ride down the racetrack. Proud American Motorsports is set up on the pit side. They are very close to the Performance Motor Coaches RV and Marine Hospitality tent, the big white tent you see there by the winner's circle sign. They've got a 2-seater and a 3-seater. Those are dragsters with extra seats, so you can ride down the racetrack in a real dragster at a real nice rate of speed. They have the naturally aspirated big block Chevy powered Proud American Motorsports. It's got a total of 3 roll cages, one for the driver and one for you and one for your significant other or your cousin or your friend or your grandson or whomever. That's why they came here, was to give you the opportunity to find out just exactly how exciting it is to go down the racetrack in a real dragster at a real good speed. This is the 3-seat car. The thrill seekers in the rumble seats of this Proud American dragster are about to experience the G-forces of accelerating from 0 to about 125 miles an hour in a little over 5 seconds. If you would like to do that, they would love to see you over at Proud American Motorsports. It is consistently one of the most asked for attractions at drag strips across this part of the country. And we're thrilled that the Proud American Motorsports team comes with us to a lot of Funny Car Chaos events so that our fans get to experience the rush that can only be described as unbelievable. So there they go, 0 to 122.5 miles per hour in 5.59 seconds. Want to take a ride? Go by and see them. We've got time this weekend. They'll be making a few runs tonight, but they will be making a bunch of runs tomorrow. So if you want to go down the racetrack, you don't have to have a helmet. You don't have to have a fire suit. They've got all that for you. They'll get you fitted with the right size. They'll run through the drill with you so that you know what to expect. They will check and make sure that you're strapped in safely to the car. And trust me, you're going to want to be strapped in tight. And they'll take you on a ride that you will never, ever forget. That's Proud American Motorsports. They come over from the Tulsa area, and they bring their ride dragsters. That's the Proud American. It'll take you down the racetrack like that just happened. 5.5 seconds, 122 miles an hour, give or take. And then they have the Loud American. It's a two-seater. It's got a supercharged big block Chevy powered engine. It'll take you down the racetrack at about 155 miles an hour in about 4.6 seconds. So if you really want to go down the racetrack in a hurry, tell them you want to ride in the Loud American. And if you want to ride in a door car, they've got this one called the Patriot. It's a Chevy Beretta. It's got a supercharged engine. And it's got a passenger seat. This is brand new for 2023, the Patriot. They've had the dragsters for a few years, but they added the door car in 2023, and it has proven to be extremely popular. So once again, if you'd like to know what it's like to go down the racetrack at high speed, Proud American Motorsports is here for you. Funny cars to the staging lanes, please. Funny cars to the staging lanes. Funny cars, second round qualifying to the staging lanes. A field, B field, C field, you will report in that order to the push road. But if you're not in A field, B field, or C field, you're going to be in staging lanes 2 and 3, and I'm looking for you there right about now. Rodak A field, Kirk Williams racing Jeff Cameron in the top half. Keith Zimmerer, Shane Lawson in the bottom half. You'll be on the push road. Alky Digger B field, Wayne Hoffman racing Chris Snyder in the top half. Jade Cook racing Tom Furchess in the bottom half. And Wolf Pump C field, Rockin' Robin racing Dry Hop King. And Chris Batty racing Mike Buchanan. Funny cars to the staging lanes, please. Funny cars to the staging lanes for your second qualifier. Staging lane 2 and staging lane 3. Funny cars to the staging lanes now. So our track staff here at Mo-Kan Dragway putting the finishing touches on the track prep as we have funny cars coming into the staging lanes for their second runs of the night. We've got 3 cars under 4 seconds so far and 1 car over 200 miles an hour. In fact, way over 200 miles an hour at 209. Funny cars, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes. Funny cars to the staging lanes 2 and 3 once again. Funny cars to staging lanes 2 and 3 for your second qualifier. A field funny cars, you'll be coming to the push road. B field, you'll be coming to the push road. C field, you'll be coming to the push road. All others looking for you in staging lane 2 or staging lane 3. Funny cars to the staging lanes, please, for your second qualifier. So race fans, the 2023 points chase in Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour Racing has evolved quite a bit since we sent our first car down the racetrack. Several cars advancing in the Kearney race and several cars going out in that eliminator round. So their points will stop from Kearney, those that lost, but they will go on for those who won. At the end of racing tomorrow, when the points are figured, it will give us a really clear picture of how things are going into our last race of the 2023 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour down at Baton Rouge at State Capitol Raceway. We are off next weekend, but the weekend after that, it's going to be championship finals time for Funny Car Chaos. So, if you'd like to run down to Baton Rouge, Louisiana 2 weeks from tonight or 2 weeks from tomorrow or both, I can tell you there's going to be a fantastic drag race taking place there as we will crown our 2023 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Series Tour winner. So a beautiful night in southwest Missouri, and funny cars coming to the staging lanes for their last qualifying runs of the night. Race crew doing the broom and drag on the race track. Traction compound giving us plenty of grip, as the number one qualifiers 372 at 209 will attest. Track's got plenty of bite. If you can get your car to hook up there is certainly plenty of traction out there. Funny Cars, lanes 2 and 3, thank you very much to those of you who are already here. Funny Cars, lanes 2 and 3, second qualifying round coming up here in just a moment. Race crew is massaging the racing surface with the broom and drag. There goes the traction compound down on the right side. They'll bring it back down the left side. And our first pair of Funny Cars in the second round of qualifying will take the track coming up in just a few minutes. So if you've been taking advantage of the opportunity to stroll down Funny Car Alley or maybe go get an official event shirt from Fat Tires Apparel or the Mo-Kan merchandise shop, or maybe you went over to Car Chicks, or maybe you went over to Big Baron's Top End Grub and got some of that great food that they put out over there. By the way, did you know they have dessert at Big Baron's? I got a hold of some banana pudding from there just a little bit ago. And banana pudding is something I can take or leave, but I really like the banana pudding from Big Baron's Top End Grub. So if that recommendation carries any weight with you, go by and get some dinner at Big Baron's Top End Grub. They are serving it hot, fresh, and delicious. And they are over there right behind the Winter Circle sign at the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. They would love to serve you something great. Funny Cars filling the staging lanes now, as there is one more opportunity tonight for our Funny Car competitors to take the data that they got from the first runs down the racetrack. And we saw some great runs. We did. We saw some that left something to be desired as well. And so those teams taking a look at what the car liked and what it didn't like on the first time down the racetrack. They've cooled, fueled, tuned, and made the changes that they need to their setup. We're looking for some great times in this second round of qualifying. In the Funny Car Chaos format, we qualify 3 times. 2 times on Friday night, 1 time on Saturday afternoon. That third and final qualifying shot is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Forecast is for another picture-perfect Chamber of Commerce day here at Asbury, Missouri. So we are expecting a tremendous turnout of racers, race fans, and some great performances from the cars in all the different classes. Man, we've got a chance to see the Dirty South Gassers putting on a show. It's been a while since we have had a chance to get together with that group. But there's going to be a big group of Dirty South Gassers appearing at State Capitol Raceway in Baton Rouge in 2 weeks. And just letting all of you know, down in Louisiana, can hardly wait to get there. After this one's done, though, I can't wait. I don't want to miss a minute of what's happening here. But that will be our championship finals in Funny Car Chaos. The next weekend, we will go to Lufkin, Texas, to Pine Valley Raceway. Earlier in the year, July, here at Mo-Kan, we had the Nitro Chaos event. And we will have the final race of the 2023 DMP Awning Nitro Chaos Championship Tour. That's at Pine Valley Raceway at Lufkin, Texas. That's 3 weeks from today. So after this weekend, we'll take a weekend off, and then we'll be back-to-back 2 weekends in a row. One in Louisiana, one in Texas, and the 2023 season will be over. Which, by the way, kind of makes me sad, because I love getting together with all these race teams and with all you race fans. Funny Car Chaos has become such an incredible part of a lot of people's lives, including my own. Now, if you want to relive the event here at Mo-Kan Dragway, or the Nitro Chaos event from Mo-Kan, or any of the other Nitro Chaos or Funny Car Chaos events from this season or last season, the way that you can do that is to become a subscriber to Flow Racing. That is floracing.com. That's where you can go to find it. You've probably got a smart device in your hand right now. If you do, pull up the browser, go to flowracing.com. They have an annual membership, and they have a month-to-month membership. Now, right now, you can go to the drags, and it's nice and warm, and it's nice and pretty. But in November, December, January, February, it might not be so nice and pretty, and there won't be races to go to. That's that dreaded off season. But you can get your drag racing fix with Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos action from the 2022 and 2023 seasons on demand anytime you want to from the comfort of your fan cave on flowracing.com. If you're not already a subscriber, what you waiting for? floracing.com. You can get all the drag racing that you need as many times as you want to. And I'm telling you, the action in Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos in 2023 alone has been outstanding. So, floracing.com, become a subscriber. Make sure that you don't miss any of the action for the races that you can't attend in person. And make sure that your wintertime is set with the opportunity to watch drag racing any time you want to on demand at flowracing.com. Our friends down in Louisiana, Laris, L-A-R-I-S, Motorsports Insurance, they are the friend of racers, making sure that all of their equipment, from tools to trailers to race cars to stackers to toter homes, everything it takes for these racing operations to get from place to place is covered so that those assets are not left uncovered. Laris Motorsports Insurance, the name to remember. They will help you protect your motorhome, your toter home, your race car, your tools and parts, your trailer. That's what they created Laris Motorsports Insurance to do, was to make sure that your assets are not uncovered. So give them a call or check them out on their website, LarisMotorsportsInsurance.com. Just about ready for our funny cars to take the track, as you can look back there and see those flip-top bodies up on the funny cars as their tow vehicles have pulled those cars up to the ready stripe. We are going to go funny car qualifying here in just a few moments. Day number 1 about to be done on the Labor Day Weekend Classic, presented by our good friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Day number 2 coming up tomorrow. We'll open the gates about 9 o'clock in the morning. Chapel starts at 10 a.m. at the Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine Hospitality Tent. Chaplain Joey Keith will be presenting a non-denominational chapel service. Breakfast will be served by Heath and the team at Big Baron's Top End Grub. It's $10 a plate, and it features, amongst other great items, Rodak. Features that quality coffee from Rodak Custom Coffee in Fort Worth, Texas. All right, A-Field Funny Cars. A-Field Funny Cars to the push road, please. A-Field Funny Cars to the push road, please. Rodak, A-Field Funny Cars to the push road, please. I need Kirk Williams and Jeff Cameron, Keith Zimmerer, and Shane Lawson to the front of the push road, please. You can see the first funny cars coming up as we are just about ready to light some fires, light some tires, and rock your world on a Friday night under the lights as we have Aaron Morrow from Caddo Mills, Texas, the Nitro Relapse funny car. Put up an incredible number in the first round after a very unusual set of circumstances at the starting line. So right now they are amongst the non-qualified. They will be on the tower side of the racetrack in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Joe Lewinberg our team out of Sweden. They call Gardena, California home base when they're in the States. They're going to be taking that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Joe's run earlier was a 5:93. So looking for a lot of improvements for these two teams. We are just about ready to light them up as we have second round funny car qualifying coming up momentarily. A-Field funny cars. A-Field funny cars to the front of the push road, please. A-Field funny cars. That's your semifinalists of the Kearney race. Kirk Williams, Jeff Cameron squaring off in the top half. Keith Zimmerer, Shane Lawson squaring off in the bottom half. I need you on the push road now. Race fans, we are good to go with the second round of qualifying here at Mo-Kan Dragway. Aaron Morrow from Caddo Mills, Texas, driving the Nitro Relapse Gen 3 Pontiac Firebird, 1987 model. Double shot of Firebird. Gen 3 on the left side, the Nitro Relapse with the Nitro Hemi. Filling the air with those nitro fumes. Making the eyes water and the nose burn. And you can't figure out why you just love it. But we do. Terry Darby, the man with the white hair, knows how to tune a nitro motor. Been doing it for a long, long time. He's got a storied history in the world of drag racing. Continues to ply that trade with a Nitro Relapse funny car. His young driver, Aaron Morrow, strapped in between the frame rails with that Firebird funny car, getting ready to try out that O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Joe Leuenberg, we'll call it Gardena, California, flying that Swedish flag. He's on the right side of the racetrack. Alcohol car revs up. Racetrack, candles lit for the Nitro Relapse, and that one's for real. 392, 204.36 miles an hour. Terry Darby, what a great job you and your team have just done. Another car under 4 seconds, 392, 204, a 101 short time, and a 266 to the half track point. And how about the team from Sweden, the Raw Valley Machine, improves to a 467 at 152 miles an hour. I got to tell you, I love it when somebody will come that far to put on a funny car show for me and you and all of our friends. Both cars with substantial improvements. Show them some love, race fans. Show them some love. Aaron Morrow, 392, goes to number 3 on the qualifying list as that Nitro Relapse car put up a good number. Joe Leuenberg, Raw Valley, they hope to add to another trophy to their shelf after getting that coveted March Meet trophy earlier in the season. They'd like very much to get a Funny Car Chaos win. This is the third, maybe fourth time we've seen the Raw Valley team in competition with us. First time at Mo-Kan. Always a pleasure to welcome that team to a Funny Car Chaos event. As we await the top end clearing, we have got our next pair coming up. Jim Chase from North Dakota and Michael Neal from Mississippi. The Bird and Love team wants to extend get well wishes to their friend and our friend, Paula Martin. Paula owned, drove, and campaigned a Nitro Funny Car with the NHRA through the 90s with tuning help from the great Johnny West. Her career includes a stint driving boats, fuel altereds, and a long list of injected race cars. Paula met the Neal Racing family in the early 90s when Rick painted her funny car bodies. tow vehicles and tractor trailer, thus cementing a lifelong friendship. The Burn and Love team is asking you to direct your thoughts and prayers for getting well to our friend, once upon a time raced in funny car chaos too, Paula Martin. Get ready to get well. We'd love to see you back sometime, and we're thinking about you. Jim Chase, Bismarck, North Dakota, the Hot Pursuit Gen 4 Firebird, tower side of the racetrack, put up a good number. He's one of those 3-second cars. And the car from Nodak, Michael Neal, had the best seat in the house to watch Mike Buchanan go to the semifinals in Wolf Pump Seafield. Straight down the track, good runs both sides, 377, 194.22 miles an hour. The Hot Pursuit machine puts up a 377. Jim Chase and his crew are smiling, high-fiving, and it is a big-time run there. 953 to 60 feet, 251 to half-track. You could see that car disappearing into the horizon in a hurry. 194 miles an hour through the 8th mile, 3.77 seconds. Jim Chase goes to number 2 on the qualifying list in the Rodak A field. Michael Neal, 469, as that car was right straight down the middle, 148.37 miles an hour. And we'll tell you more about their big news, but just a kind of a preview. They are very happy, as we are, to welcome the name Coleman Taylor Transmissions back to the world of funny car racing. A brand that has been associated with funny cars since the 60s. Now back in funny cars. They're going to be providing backing for the Burn and Love team all through the 2024 season. We could not be more excited. And thanks. Welcome aboard Coleman Taylor Transmissions. Smokey Blanton from Dumas, Texas, tower side of the racetrack this time with that bright green Chevy Lumina funny car. Smokey Blanton got some support from Michael Avila at Avila Realty in Austin, Texas. Cassie Blanton, backup girl, par excellence. Letting her hubby know where to put that steering wheel so the car goes back right in the spot it needs to be in. So, car stopped, goes into the forward gear. Race crew surrounds the car. Checks the height of the wheelie bar. Just about ready. We are go. Thumbs up. Smokey says, okay, it's on me now. He's going solo, this time down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Round 2 qualifying. Funny car chaos at Mo-Kan Dragway. Labor Day weekend classic. Go Smokey. 456, 130.9 miles an hour. Looks like the car kind of drifted a little to the right, but stops the clocks through the 8th mile with a good-looking 456, 130.9 miles an hour. So there's more there. 106 short time and 291 to half track. Going with an easy tune-up to make sure they go A to B. And they do. 4.56 seconds. Hey, Cassie. Y'all show some love to that team out of Dumas, Texas, would you?
Hi, guys.
Nice improvement. Good run there. Rodak A field semifinalists. You should be on the push road. Alky Digger B field, stand by. So we were expecting some good numbers and some improved numbers, and we have seen exactly that here in this second round of qualifying. Jim Chase comes out and improves from a 3.8 second run to a 3.77. 194 miles an hour down that left side lane in a beautiful run. Michael Neal continues to shine, 4.69 in the Burning Love Nova, this time at 148 miles an hour. And Smokey Blanton and the Bad Company team improved to a 4.56. So that's the kind of trend we like to see. All the competitors coming out making better runs. And, of course, the first pair down the racetrack, Raw Valley and Nitro Relapse, both put up their best runs of the night. It's second round qualifying for our funny car competitors. There will be a third and final qualifying shot coming up for these racers tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. We started talking about gates open 9, chapel at 10, with breakfast served by Big Baron's Top End Grub for $10 a plate, with Road Axe Funny Car Chaos Championship Blend. Track goes hot around noon. With our sportsman categories, there will be a ton of race cars here tomorrow that aren't even here right now. So you're going to get a chance to see way over 100 race cars making runs all through the day. If you love drag racing, the place to be is always Mo-Kan Dragway, but it's especially the place to be for the Labor Day Weekend Classic, an always epic drag racing show. This year, no exception. Glad you're here. Come on back tomorrow. Bring your friends. All right, waiting for the all clear so we can continue with second round funny car qualifying. Again, this is race number 7 of the 2023 Spell Paving Services Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. Actually, race number 8. It's points race number 7. Last weekend, we were at Maryland International Raceway for an exhibition Funny Car Chaos event, and it was quite the exhibition. What a weekend it was. Next pair of funny cars coming to life, it's going to be the Thundering Okie and the China Syndrome. Go ahead and show out there, Bob Alberti Jr. I love it when you do that. Big time long smoky burnouts for Alberti, the Thundering Okie carrying on the tradition. Drag racing at its best. Wayne Hoffman carrying on the tradition as well. Son of legend, Al Hoffman. Takes that right side lane. Hoffman comes in here from New Preston, Connecticut. That, my friends, is a hike. Spell Paving Wolf Pumps Evergreen Lawn Service, providing some backing for the 95 Dodge Avenger funny car of Wayne Hoffman. On the right side, Bob Alberti, Catoosa, Oklahoma. Had some problems on his first run down the racetrack. I'm just going to imagine that they have got that problem solved. Let's see. Let's take a ride with Bob and Wayne. Second round qualifying. Oh, yeah. Yeah, gonna like this. 399, 182.8 miles an hour. The Thundering Okie thunders down that left side. O'Reilly Auto Parts lane joins the 3-second club. A 984 short time left side. Hoffman, a 968 short time right side. Clicks it through with a 443 at 126.8 miles an hour. You saw a little dancing out there. And they're going to go down, check out the racing surface, make sure that we're clean, safe, dry, and debris-free. All right, so Wayne Hoffman took out the cone at the finish line, so that 443 will be disallowed. Bob Alberti got to the finish line first, his 399 at 182. That'll count. That's a good number. And it's a real good number. 399 for the Thundering Okie. So Bob Alberti Jr. and the team out of Catoosa join the 3-second club and put that Dodge Challenger funny car under 4 seconds. So problems continuing for Wayne Hoffman. That was a great-looking run, a 968 short time and 274 to half track. Got a little out of control at the finish line and comes over, takes out that finish line cone. So the flashing light you see out there at the finish line, that's the race crew from Mo-Kan Dragway replacing the timing cone. Once they get that done, we will be good to go back to qualifying here momentarily. We've got funny cars in the staging lanes. We have our semifinalists for A field, B field, and C field, either on the push road or en route. And we have continued to see the competitors improving their performances quite a bit, which is exactly what we would expect from a group of racers of this caliber. Looks like our next pair is going to be Mary Reap and Steve Tomozik. Steve spent most of that first round of qualifying in the number 1 spot with a 410 in the Detroit Tiger Monza that you're going to see going down the right side Redemption Motorsports lane. Mary Reap is going to line up on the same left side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane as before. Looks like the race crew makes short work of that little detail of replacing the timing cone at the finish line. As we get the all clear, Race Master says light them up, and the crews do as requested. Here we go. Late model Mustang 2008 Mustang body of Mary Reap and the Grim Reaper team. Mary oh, you gotta love that. Side by side smoky burnouts. Mary Reap, your 2019 Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Altered Association champion, switches over to the funny car. And man, what a looker it is. The Mustang body. That beautiful purple trademark of the Reap family. Looking for a good run down the O'Reilly lane this time. Steve Tomozik has a 410 already on the board. He was the first one to have that low 4-second performance and take that number 1 spot. That number has since been eclipsed, but it remains a very good run. Texas on the left side, Michigan on the right side. They're rocking the Detroit Tiger. to get the car to go from reverse to forward. That technique was successful. Steve Tomosic brings the car forward. Mary Reap carefully brings the Mustang up towards the starting line. The second of 2 qualifying rounds here on Friday night. The third round of qualifying will be tomorrow afternoon, the very last chance for our competitors to improve their position. Steve Tomosic got multiple Funny Car Chaos event wins under his belt. Gonna be good. 4:02 and 4:10. Steve Tomosic knocks 800ths off of his previous best elapsed time. Goes 4:02, 180.4 miles an hour, and they're celebrating. And happy folks on the left side as well in the O'Reilly lane, as Mary Reap's Mustang goes 4:10 at 162.1 miles per hour. A solid run in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And so a 4:10 on the left side puts Mary Reap in a good position, and a 4:02 on the right side improves the standing for the Detroit Tiger team. Ladies and gentlemen, how about that side-by-side run? Now, this second round of qualifying is delivering. We had high expectations for what was going to take place in this second round of qualifying, and man, are these teams coming through. Virtually all of the racers have improved their performance significantly over that first time down the racetrack. Sometimes in the first round of qualifying, it's the first chance they've had to put a car on the racetrack. They may misread what they see on the starting line on the racetrack, maybe overpower it, maybe underpower it. But as expected, these professional teams took the data that they got from the first time down the racetrack, applied it to their setup, and they are delivering big-time results. So we're going to go with a pair of funny cars out of Oklahoma and Nebraska. Howard Selden is going to be on the right side of the racetrack in the Redemption Motorsports lane. That Corvette-bodied funny car, the Proclaimer, gonna make that run down the right side in the Redemption lane. And Alex Barker, top 3 in points. Still in the hunt for that championship. Heats up the tires in the Back in Black GTO. The Maxima Racing Oils, BDS Blowers, CRC Products. Funny car. With help and a hat tip to Scott Palmer Racing. Scott Palmer, we're all wishing you a speedy recovery. Very anxious to see you doing well once again. Alex Barker, Howard Selden, hoping to continue the trend that we have seen established here in this second round of qualifying. Everybody making improvements on their runs down the racetrack. I know these competitors want to put a big number up, a good number up, so that they are confident going into race day tomorrow. They'll have one more chance to improve on their qualifying position or confirm that their setup is what they want going into first round eliminations. Howard Selden says, I'm more than ready. Not sure what exactly happened there. Looks like maybe he went all the way through. Backs the car up. Pulls it in the stage position. Now we got 4 balls lit. Green lights both sides. And a pair of funny cars down the 8th mile. Barker with a 460 at 127.8 miles an hour. Looking good down that left side lane. A good run down the right side for Howard Selden. The Proclaimer with a 476 at 144. Might just have been their best run ever in their young funny car career. So very good. Way to go, teams. Gotta love it on a Friday night under the lights with funny cars going side by side, putting up their best runs of the weekend and improving their spots. I'm telling you, tomorrow, simply going to be incredible. I hope it's already on your planner to be out here tomorrow. If it's not, we will surely hope that you can change those plans and join us, because we are going to have one more awesome time at the drags tomorrow. Don't forget, we've got the Jet Dragsters in the house. We've got Dirty South Gassers. There's going to be a bunch of sportsman cars here to run tomorrow, including junior dragsters. It will be way over 100 race cars on the property tomorrow for a full day of some of the finest drag racing entertainment that you will ever see right here at Mo-Kan Dragway, as O'Reilly Auto Parts brings you the Labor Day Weekend Classic with the Funny Car Chaos competitors in the house in a 2-for-1 kind of race. Just about ready, it appears, as the track crew has taken care of their responsibilities on the racing surface. One more car to get off the top end of the racetrack, and our next set of funny cars coming to life. Tony Arcuri from Arvada, Colorado. A one-of-a-kind funny car. I don't know how many 56 Crown Victoria funny cars there are in existence. That's the only one I've ever seen. The Firefighter. Tony Arcuri has been putting big numbers up this year. He's been turning on those win lights, and he is right in the thick of the chase for the top 10. He's going to take that right side Redemption Motorsports lane. He's going to be racing Dana Kleinhofer. Kleinhofer comes to us from Minooka, Illinois. 461 cubic inches of Hemi. Driving that second generation Pontiac Firebird funny car. 1978. 77 and 78 Trans Ams. I don't think there was a better one than that. But that's just me. So let's see if we can continue the trend of performance improvement. Firefighter into the pre-stage. Here comes the trimmer. Starter Mike Hodge sends him on the way down the racetrack. The Firefighter goes 420, 169 miles an hour, and Tony Arcuri trip zip 7. You don't usually hear reaction times like that except in bracket racing with a full tree countdown, but Arcuri goes trip zip 7 on a 4/10 pro tree, a 1-flat 60-foot at a 276 to half track. He had that car doing well down the right side with a 420. But look at Dana Kleinhofer. The Firebird, the trimmer, goes 105 to 60, 3-flat to half track, and puts up a very nice 456, 164 miles per hour in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. So their first time at Funny Car Chaos, they are making a very positive impression on the fans here at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we are surely happy that they're racing chaos. So the sun went down. Everybody got the information from the first time down the racetrack, and it has been side-by-side improvements in performance. Just about every pair down the racetrack. I think every pair down the racetrack. That's what we love to see. That's what we're looking for some more of. Hey, at the end of this qualifying session, you're going to have the second round of eliminations in the Rodak A field, the Alka-Digger B field, and the Wolf Pump C field from the unfinished event at Kearney Raceway Park. So 6 pair, 12 cars. We will eliminate down to 3 final rounds. Those will be run tomorrow afternoon at the end of that third and final qualifying round. That's what you can expect tomorrow. But you can bet that at the end of the night, all those who are in the chase for the championship, they're going to be looking at the results on the social media pages where they're posted, figuring up the points. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it shakes out, not only at the end of the night tonight, but especially at the end of racing tomorrow. Technically, there are 3 races left, 2 of them here this weekend and 1 at Baton Rouge in 2 weeks. So are you ready for a little more nitro? You can have your eyes closed and know there's a nitro car coming to life. Gonna be the Blue Max. Ronnie Young in the Blue Max comes to us out of Wiley, Texas. This same pair went down the racetrack in that first qualifier. The injected nitro machine, the back in black Corvette of Todd Barker. Hot Rod Todd switched over from the supercharged fuel-injected Hemi and his back in black Corvette funny car to the injected nitro Hemi. First few races they ran this combination, they had everybody in the country talking about how they had cracked the code. It hasn't always been that way ever since, but they are subject to put a big number up on the scoreboard at any time. The Blue Max has already got a big number on the board as they scored a 393 in that first round of qualifying under circumstances that a lot of people were having trouble with. So will they improve on that stout 393 from the first round? Injected nitro left side, supercharged nitro right side. It's go time. Candles out early for the Blue Max, and he coasts through at a 4:06 at 133. The short time for the Blue Max, friends, 9:30. On the left side, Todd Barker improves a bunch. 421 at 145. Oh, yeah, they did. The injected nitro car, Hot Rod Todd makes a hot rod out of it. 421, 145 miles an hour. That's the best run for that car in a day or two anyway. So very happy to see that. Hot Rod Todd, 421. Ronnie Young was cooking down that right side lane, and they go 406 off the throttle plenty early. So up in the shutdown area, you can see the flashing lights indicating that there is probably a car that didn't quite make it to the exit. We'll take care. Indicating there's a car that probably didn't quite make it to the exit. But very shortly we'll have the top end clear, and we will go right back into qualifying. We have talked about the ongoing theme of performance improvement, and while the Blue Max didn't improve their overall 8th mile elapsed time, that short time and that 3:30, that incremental that they look at, they have definitely come up with something, and it's good. Looking good out there, ladies. I'm here to tell you. Thanks for making the show even better. So, again, the 421 for Hot Rod Todd Barker. You saw that crew pretty excited, as they should be. That 421, they have been looking for that number for a while. And so the Back in Black Corvette with a good run. The Maxima Racing Oils team celebrating the 421 as they improve, and they are solidly in the Alcadigger B field. So the number one elapsed time, 3:72. The top speed, 2:09, belongs to the same guy, Shane Lawson, in the Man of War 2 Mustang. So they are still number one, although the rest of the field is trying to catch up. Haven't quite got there yet. But what a run that was for the Iron Cross Dirtwork Designs team. Funny car qualifying continues on Saturday night. We are under the lights with a fantastic day. Day number one, ending on a high note as we just continue to bring the funny cars up. Once again, we had 33 cars actually enter the gate, turn in a tech card. And Funny Car Chaos competitors number 199 and 200 actually entering this event. So 200 race teams have raced Funny Car Chaos now since the beginning back in September of 2017. I'm not sure we ever expected to see that, but anything's possible when you're having this much fun. And I'll guarantee you, we are having some fun in Funny Car Chaos. So flashing lights out in the shutdown area. We should be just about good to go. You can see a little bit of work there just past the Christmas tree on the 60-foot cone. So we'll go back to racing just as soon as we can. Coming up next, looks like it's going to be the Gambler. We've got the Gambler coming up next on the left side of the racetrack. One of those two Mississippi teams. And looks like Lance Van Houen and the Van Houen brothers Camaro going to be on the right side. So a Gen 1 and a Gen 5, or do they call that 6? I call them all 5, but anyway, Gen last Chevrolet Camaro on the right side. There we go. Starter Mike Hodge says we are good to go. Light them up. Round 2 of 2 on day 1. Labor Day weekend classic at Mo-Kan Dragway. Pair of alcohol Hemis coming at you. Lance Van Allen down the right side, Redemption Motorsports lane, got his first win in Funny Car Chaos competition earlier in the year in convincing fashion in front of his hometown fan. He's going to be running down that Redemption Motorsports lane. While on the left side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane, a man from Mississippi, Casey Giesland, the gambler, having a heck of a rookie season in funny car competition, comes into this event number 7 in the points. They are probably going to have to write a book about this first season in Funny Car Chaos competition. And there's probably more adventures that they have on the way to and from the racetrack than on the racetrack. But the action on the track has been some of that good stuff. Casey Giesland from Senatobia, Mississippi, down I-55 from Memphis. Lines up with Lance Van Allen from Rhinebeck, Iowa. Here we go. Supercharged, fuel injected Hemis, powering both of these Camaro funny cars. Different methods of getting down the racetrack. High revs on the right side. There we go. Lance Van Allen, look at this. 387, 192.55 miles an hour in the Redemption lane. Lance with a 992 to 60 feet and a 262 to half track. 192 and a half miles an hour. 387 as those 3-second runs just continue to show up. Tower side, Casey Giesland off the throttle early, coasting through with a 585. But some problems on the left side for the Gambler Camaro. No problems on the right side. Lance Van Allen puts up a 387. Great work. Great work. Well, Friday night at the Drags with plenty of funny cars in the house, and the 3-second runs and the 200 mile per hour runs and the 190 mile per hour runs just a coming up left and right. All of these teams really starting to shine when the sun went down. And we're looking for even more improvement. Here comes Mike Newkirk. Happy to have Mike Newkirk joining the competition once again. Had to do a little work getting the car ready to go back to racing as he had a challenge at the finish line in the final round at Eddyville Raceway Park. But they have come back with a great-looking Monte Carlo body on their funny car. And Mike Newkirk started strong on his previous run in this same O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. He's going to go solo down the left side lane once again. Performance Truck and Trailer, one of the supporting sponsors for Mike Newkirk and the team at Performance Truck and Trailer. They run Top Alcohol Dragsters. They use this same Arias Fontana Minor Brothers power plant. They've all got something cool going on with it. $281 auto salvage on the side of that beautiful Monte Carlo funny car right there. The Chevrolet G body from 2012. The Rod Shop helping out, along with, I'll probably get this wrong, Levi Plastics. Second of two qualifying runs on a Friday night. Newkirk wasn't especially happy with his previous run. However, shiny side up, everything was ready to come back, and here they are, ready to rumble just a one more time. Mike Newkirk's first funny car when he started coming to Funny Car Chaos. He called it the Girl Watcher. I'm not sure if this is the Girl Watcher because I don't see Disturbed on it, which is what he called his last car. But either way, this guy loves to race fast. Let's see what they put on the board this time. This is going to be better. 405, 157, as that car was using a lot of racetrack. Still goes 405, a 940 60 foot. Good looking run there at the start. Began to use a lot more racetrack than they wanted to in the finish line area, but a 940 60 foot, 258 to half track. Off the throttle early, 157 miles an hour, 4.05 the elapsed time. All right, we're going to shift gears, and we're going to move to the Rodak A Field semifinal from the Kearney, Nebraska race. And so we will be firing up that first pair here in just a few moments as the Monte Carlo Funny Car stopped on the racetrack in the shutdown area. We will get that one towed off the top end of the racetrack. Then it is going to be a big-time battle right here as these four competitors in Rodak's Custom Coffee A Field Funny Cars. Kirk Williams trying to defend his 2022 championship. Jeff Cameron very much would like to unseat Mr. Williams. He can take a step in that direction with a win light in this matchup coming up. Keith Zimmer, first season in Funny Car Chaos, as they have come in and done their best to shake things up, and they got a very big win out in Albuquerque. They're taking on the Man of War 2 Mustang, the low ET and top speed Man of War 2 Mustang Funny Car that has so far put up the best performances of anybody at Mo-Kan this weekend. So they're sitting on top of the qualifying list with a 372 at 209, taking on Keith Zimmerer. They had their troubles in the first round down the racetrack, running a 425. So lane choice in that matchup will go to the Man of War. First pair is going to be the champ, proof Pontiac Firebird. Double shot of Gen 4 Pontiac Firebird funny cars with methanol fueled Hemis. Getting these cars down the racetrack generally about 3.7 seconds. Jeff Cameron from Fayetteville, Texas. He's got a new shop out in the middle of nowhere. Jake's Speed Shop. Red Ryder, War Machine, Tower Side, O'Reilly Auto Parts Lane. Comes back from the burnout. He'll get the car into the forward gear. He'll bring it up towards the starting line. Now on the right side, the 200 proof car of Kirk Williams, the Williams Brothers team. Veterans of alcohol funny car racing for a lot of years. They'll bring it into the pre-stage. They'll bring the revs up before they put the car in the stage position. Clutch car. Left side converter car. You put it in the stage position, go up on the chip, so it'll sound different on each side of the Christmas tree. But both of these cars with similar horsepower ratings and performance potential. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Cameron turns on the third ball. Revs go up on the 200 proof. We're ready. Jeff Cameron gets to the finish line first. He used an awful lot of racetrack. He goes 392 at 187.81 miles an hour. Kirk Williams with problems down that right side as he had to get off the throttle. A 111.60 foot. That was considerably slower than they normally run, even to that distance. They were off the throttle, and the wind light side. Cameron, 187.8 miles an hour after a 955 60 foot, a 258 to half track, terminal velocity of 187.81 miles an hour, and a lapse time of 3.925. Cameron with the win light goes to the final. So the Texas Firebird goes into the final round in Rodak A field. And the next pair coming up, talk about a match. Shane Lawson going to be running in the same lane that he ran the 372 at 209 in. Puts Keith Zimmer on the right side in the redemption lane. Zimmer, you recall, had to get off the throttle at the half-track point in his first run down the racetrack. As the top end clears, our next pair bring their funny cars to life. Oklahoma and Texas. The Oklahoma car of Shane Lawson. Tuning shots called by the three-time champ, Ken Singleton. They are looking to make a big move this weekend. So far, it's looking good. It's still looking good. Keith Zimmerer, right side. Redemption Motorsports lane, no sound yet. Finally, fire is lit right side. Zim Hanna, Gainesville, Texas. Penny Pincher Mustang funny car, a pair of Mustangs. Zim with a short burnout. They had a hard time getting the car started. They get the car started through the water, do a short burnout. Not holding up their competitor at all. There's one spot open in the final. Will it be an all-Texas final, or will it be Texas versus Oklahoma? Shane Lawson, Tower Side, number one qualifier, low ET and top speed so far, would like to repeat or improve and turn on a win light. Keith Zimmerer would like to get himself into that final. That'll be two finals in a row. Green lights, both sides. Win light, Zimmerer. Texas final all around. A 409 at 136 left side for Shane Lawson. And Zim goes 387 at 193.1 miles per hour. After problems getting the car to fire, they came through, did a very short burnout, rushed the car up to the pre-stage position, and the car goes right down the Redemption Motorsports lane and into the final round. Left side 60-foot was 938. Right side 60-foot was 956. Shane Lawson's 330 was 249. Zim was 258. But Shane Lawson apparently experienced some trouble at the top end of the racetrack as the car slowed to a 409 at 136 through the 8th mile. And Zim goes to the final round in the Kearney, Nebraska race with a 387, 193.13 miles an hour. So the Kearney, Nebraska final round will be Texas versus Texas, Cameron versus Zimmerer. Starter Mike Hodge informing us from his vantage point that it looked like the Man of War Mustang 2 had to get out of the throttle and pedal as the car was going towards that left side wall. That was the difference, as that car was ahead all the way down the racetrack from the starting line reaction time through the mid-track point. Shortly after that, he had to get out of the throttle and lift to keep from crashing. That gave Zim just the break he needed. He parlayed that into a win light and a trip to the final round. So Rodak A-Field final round will be run tomorrow at the conclusion of the third qualifier. Keith Zimmer will have lane choice against Jeff Cameron, as the two of them ran 387 and 392. We go now to our B field semifinal. Points leader from Littleton, Colorado, Tom Furches. The Made in America Firebird is going to be on the tower side. And Jade Cook, the Nemesis funny car from Duncan, Oklahoma, is going to be on the right side in the redemption lane. Fires lit, tires lit, drivers coming back from their burnouts. Colorado left side, Oklahoma right side. Tom Furches is your points leader in 2023. He just saw the number 2 in points go out. So the opportunity to capitalize is right in front of his face. The only thing about it, there's this yellow funny car on the right side of the racetrack that has been blowing people's minds with a performance from the centrifugal supercharger. Career best elapsed time performances from Jade Cook and her dad Phil Cook in the Nemesis funny car. You see the number on the scoreboard, that's the index, 386 for this Alki Digger B field. Jade rocked the car. It went red. She goes 396 at 183 miles an hour. Big block Chevy power, centrifugally supercharged in a 396, 183.1 miles an hour, but a red light at the start. The performance was one of those things that we've kind of been looking for after what we saw at Albuquerque. Jade Cook goes 396, 183.1 miles an hour. Bumped the car into the stage position. It rocked. And perhaps when it rocked backwards, the infrared was able to touch again. That would turn the red light on. But that one was over early. And Tom Furches gets the win. Tom saw the wind light come on in his lane, and he was thanking his lucky stars. He got out of the throttle and just took it easy as he was final round bound. So the Alky Digger B Field top half semifinal was to feature Wayne Hoffman racing Chris Schneider. Chris Schneider in the Brutus Mach 1 that you see ready to go right now. Unfortunately for Hoffman, on his burnout, the car broke. He was not able to stage the car under power. Therefore, he was disqualified. That allows Chris Schneider to get an unexpected bye run into the final round where he will take on Tom Furches. Chris Schneider gets the tires hot. Wife Becky comes out to guide him backwards. John Troxel giving the signals from behind. Flying Butcher. Well-known nickname for Chris Schneider. Driver of the incredible shrinking funny car. Brings the car up to the starting line in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. He's going to solo into the final round. The first time down the racetrack, the performance, not what they were looking for by any stretch of the imagination. So they are hoping that it will hook up and go. Not like that. But they do get the win. And they are in the final round. They've got all night to figure it out. 6 flat, 100.4 miles an hour. So your final is set. Schneider versus Furches in the Alky Digger B field. So we'll move now to the Wolf Pump C field semifinals. So the race crew on the way down to getting the tractor to do a little drag here on the starting line. As starter Mike Hodge finds a spot that needs a little more attention. Chris Schneider in the Brutus funny car will be towed off at the top end of the racetrack, and we do have a couple of pair to go here in our Wolf Pump C field from our Kearney, Nebraska race. Rodney Rish and Jordan Ballou in an all-Oklahoma top half semifinal. And Chris Batty from Missouri racing Mike Buchanan from Kansas. Again, for the most part, all the racers have been putting up some incredible performance improvements here under the lights. Little bit of track prep before we go with our next two pair of funny cars. Gates open 9 o'clock tomorrow. So if you're heading out, we hope to see you back tomorrow. We hope you'll be safe on the way home. And we hope you'll come back and enjoy tomorrow's racing on another beautiful Chamber of Commerce day at Mo-Kan Dragway. Few more pair left to go, and we will put this one in the books, but we knew that it was going to be a lot of points implications here on Friday night and finishing tomorrow. Man, were we right. Don't forget, race fans, all day tomorrow we're going to have the Proud American Motorsports Dragsters and Outlaw Door Slammer available for you to ride down the racetrack in a real race car at speed. So if you want to go ahead and get checked in with them tonight, come back tomorrow and get your ride down the racetrack. Be sure and go ahead and do that. They are ready to help you get ready for tomorrow. Make sure you bring your friends back out to the drags tomorrow because it's going to be great. Funny Car Chaos Kearney will conclude in that 2 o'clock qualifying session. Then round one of eliminations for our Mo-Kan race will commence at 6 o'clock. Round one, 6 o'clock. Semifinals, 8 o'clock. Final rounds at 10 o'clock. Plus a whole lot more racing with those awesome Dirty South gassers, with our sportsman categories, and, of course, the Jet Dragster match race. Ray Kelly got the win light in the first Jet Dragster pair. There will be 2 more races tomorrow for our Jets. Semi-final round, Wolf Pump C Field Funny Cars. Rockin' Robin Rish from Guthrie, Oklahoma. The blown retirement Camaro takes the Tower Side O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. And Jordan Ballou in the 69 Camaro out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, takes that right side lane. You can see the blown retirement Camaro funny car get out of the groove. Evidently a problem with that car, as you can see the escape. Hatch open, the driver comes out, jumps over the wall, so Jordan Ballou will solo into the final round of the Wolf Pump C field. Ballou comes into this race number 4 in the points. So he sees an opportunity as well to capitalize on this opportunity. Dry Hop King with his 2 dry hops brings the car up for a solo shot into the final round. Made a long trip to Maryland last weekend. Made a fairly short ride over here to Mo-Kan. And has a final round trip in store in the Ballou Thunder Camaro. Looking good down that redemption lane. Jordan goes 438, 167 miles an hour, and makes a nice improvement as that car was hooking up and going straight down the lane on that right side. Jordan Ballou into the final round with a 438 at 167 miles an hour. 046 reaction time and a 101.60 foot. Ballou Thunder Camaro 286 to the half-track point. 438 to the finish line, a 167 plus the top-end charge. So the crew on the way down to pick up Rockin' Robin while the Blue Thunder team sounding that horn as they are jubilant about going to another final round. Jordan Blue has had A field, B field, and C field wins in his career as a Funny Car Chaos funny car driver. So the blown retirement Camaro is hooked up to the tow vehicle, and they are on their way to the exit. Tough break for that team right there as they had a mechanical failure on the burnout.
That's the fastest I've ever seen Blue go.
Jordan Blue into the final round with a very nice 438 at 167 miles an hour. And we'll be clear on the top end of the racetrack here in just a couple of moments. We have one more pair. That will conclude our C field from Kearney, Nebraska. Chris Batty and Mike Buchanan are going to be battling for that one remaining spot in the Wolf Pump C field from Kearney. All right, so the Guthrie, Oklahoma funny car makes the first exit there. And our next pair of funny cars come to life. It's going to be Stockton, Missouri's own Chris Batty on the tower side of the racetrack in the 2002 Chevrolet Corvette bodied funny car with that big block Chevy power plant. Cedar Creek Beef Jerky Eagle Machine. Kaplinger Woods, Stockton's Hardware and Home Center, Batmobile on the tower side, looking for a spot in the final round. Mike Buchanan, a Funny Car Chaos racer since the very first one. He showed up at that race in 2017 with a Vega-bodied funny car in black primer. He's changed over after several years running a beautiful tribute funny car, the Ombre. Opted to go with a carbon fiber body to save a considerable amount of weight. And so far, that weight saving seems to be delivering better performances than we have seen from this team out of Goddard, Kansas. Paint comes later, but the car is running great. There's staged and ready, green lights on both sides. And it looks like Mike Buchanan is going to the final round as he takes the win light, 464 at 129.50 miles an hour. So the team out of Kansas is celebrating and going to the final round. Wishing Gary Rauskopf the very, very best. Mike Buchanan, 464, 129.5 miles an hour. Chris Batty has to pedal the car, Winds up going 576 at 149 miles an hour. And goes out. Goes out in the semifinal round, but great performances by both teams. That's right. Show them some love, folks. Then one more funny car left to go in this second and final qualifying round of the night. Then we've got some ride dragsters to go down the racetrack. And once again, be sure that you get yourself signed up for a ride in a real dragster with Proud American Motorsports. They are set up over there right beside that big white tent, just past the big white tent, Performance Motor Coach RV and Marine tent. And one last time, Diana Turner. Diana Turner, you have had one of your items that you lost. It's been turned in. It is in the tower. If you'll bring your ID, we can give you back this lost item of yours. Again, Diana Turner, your lost item has been turned into the tower. If you'll bring your ID to the upstairs of the tower, we will be happy to return it to you. Roger Eckert, Tulsa, Oklahoma, brings his funny car to life for a solo shot down the Redemption Motorsports lane. Second run of the night for Roger. The Chevy 2 on the right side of the racetrack. Second run of the night for a first-time Funny Car Chaos racer, Roger Eckert. So Roger puts the funny car into the forward gear. They'll bring it towards the starting line for their second qualifying run of this fine Friday night. '66 Chevy Nova takes that right side lane, 451 cubic inch. Leaves the starting line, has a little trouble as the car breaks loose early, and he'll coast on through the finish line. So that'll do it for our funny car qualifying here on Friday night. What a great session that was, as we have a third and final qualifying round starting tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock in the p.m. Round one eliminations will take place starting at 6 o'clock. It's going to be a full day of racing at Mo-Kan Dragway with the Labor Day Weekend Classic. Day 2. Gates open 9 o'clock. Come on out. We'd love to have you here for all the racing action. And there's going to be a bunch of it. As you head home, be well, be safe. Yeah, Stick around, check this out. You know you want to do it. Get yourself signed up and come do it tomorrow. All right, so we've seen the Proud American 3-seater. We've seen the Patriot door slammer. This is the first time for the Loud American. Now, if you're a super thrill seeker, here's your ride. Supercharged dragster. The passenger sits in the rumble seat right in front of the supercharged engine. It's going to push him down the racetrack. Roughly 4.6 seconds, a little over 150 miles an hour. That, my friends, is a thrill ride. A super thrill ride. Watch this. Disappears in a hurry, doesn't it? 445, 159 miles an hour. Was there anybody in there? That's the quickest and fastest I've ever seen that car go. Man, oh man, 445, 159. Okay, roller coaster thing going on with that one with both hands up. First time to see that one too. All right, you know you want to do this tomorrow, right? All right, get yourself signed up so that they don't run out of spots. The Loud American 445, 159 miles an hour. There's nothing like that. Unless you go out and get your own dragster, you will never experience any kind of thrill ride like that. But you can this weekend, the Labor Day Weekend Classic at Mo-Kan Dragway, because that's what we do. Bring you a good time. Proud American machine on the right side of the racetrack this time. Not quite as quick, but it's quicker and faster than most people will ever go. And I don't know if it's better in the daylight or the dark, but it's awesome whenever you do it. Ask Lee Kraft, he'll tell you. 556, 123.4 miles an hour down the right side. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for day number 1 of the Labor Day Weekend Classic at Mo-Kan Dragway, presented by our good friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Thank you very much for being with us. It is always a pleasure to have you at Mo-Kan Dragway, and we hope to see you tomorrow. And we really look forward to sharing a great day of racing with you. So be safe on the roads. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.